This is Innovative Language Learning. The course consists of lessons centered on a practical, real-life conversation. In each lesson, first, we'll introduce the background of the conversation. Then, you'll hear the conversation 2 times. 1 time at natural native speed, and 1 time with the English translation. After the conversation, you'll learn carefully selected vocabulary and key grammar concepts. Next, you'll hear the conversation 1 time at natural native speed at the end of the lesson. Finally, practice what you have learned with the review track. In the review track, a native speaker will say a word or phrase from the dialogue, wait 3 seconds, and then give you the English translation. Say the word aloud during the pause. Halfway through the review track, the order will be reversed. The English translation will be provided first, followed by a 3-second pause, and then the word or phrase from the dialogue. Repeat the words and phrases you hear in the review track aloud to practice pronunciation and reinforce what you have learned. Lesson 1.
In this lesson, you'll learn how to introduce yourself.
And Japanese greetings.
Now, since this is the first episode, all the characters in the story will introduce themselves to us.
There are 5 people who work at the same office.
This is their first time saying hello to us. So, Naomi-sensei, they'll be speaking in
Formal Japanese.
ようこそ、スタイル U です。よろしくお願いします。私は、スタイル U の社長、南夏美です。大学院生です。
シュウです。ヘアスタイリストです。どうぞよろしく。
こんにちは。私は北川冬香です。私はカウンセラーです。よろしくお願いします。
東春人です。学生です。
ファブリッツィオです。ファッションコーディネーターです。イタリア人です。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
次は英語が入ります。
ようこそ、スタイル U です。よろしくお願いします。私は、スタイル U の社長、南夏美です。大学院生です。
Welcome, we're Style U. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Minami Natsumi, the president of Style U. I'm a graduate student.
シュウです。ヘアスタイリストです。どうぞよろしく。
I'm Shu. I'm a hairdresser. It's nice to meet you.
こんにちは。私は北川冬香です。私はカウンセラーです。よろしくお願いします。
Hello, I'm Fuyuka Kitagawa. I'm a counselor.
東春人です。学生です。
I'm Haruhito Higashi. I'm a student.
ファブリッツィオです。ファッションコーディネーターです。イタリア人です。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
I'm Fabrizio. I'm a fashion coordinator. I'm Italian. It's a pleasure to meet you.
First, we have a phrase.
どうぞよろしくお願いします。
It's a pleasure to meet you.
どうぞよろしくお願いします。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
Next word.
私、
I, me.
私。
Next, we have a phrase.
こんにちは。
Hello, good afternoon.
こんにちは。こんにちは。
Next word.
学生。
Student.
学生。学生。
Next word.
イタリア人。
Italian. Nationality.
イタリア人。イタリア人。
The grammar point for this lesson is the sentence pattern, I am something something. For example,
私はナオミです。
I am Naomi.
私は学生です。
I'm a student.
私はイタリア人です。
I am Italian.
私は such and such です。Sentence pattern.
I am something something. This is the first lesson. We're going to introduce you to something called the copula,
はい。
sometimes referred to as the copula. And basically what this is a linking verb. In English, please think of this as the verb to be.
is am, are.
But in Japanese, there's no conjugation. The term copula comes from the fact that des is etymologically derived from the combination of the particle de and the verb arimasu, to be. Basically, for now, just think of this as the verb to be, coming at the end of the sentence. There's a lot more to it, and it's very, very complex, but this is a very good starting point. Naomi-sensei, can we have a sample sentence from the dialogue?
はい。私は夏美です。
I am Natsumi. Natsumi is a name. How do you say I'm Peter?
私はピーターです。
Notice how the only thing that changed was the person's name. First we have
私
I, followed by
は
this is the topic marking particle, followed by
ピータ
name. And finally,
ーです。
the copula. So take out the name and the sentence structure stays as is. We have 私は something something desu. I am something something.
You can put your occupation there.
For example,
Student in Japanese is 学生. So, 私は学生です。
I am a student. So you can see the only difference between the previous sentence and the one we just covered was the noun. Can we have the two sentences side by side?
私はピーターです。
I am Peter.
私は学生です。
I am a student. Just swap out the noun.
And you can tell your nationality by using this sentence. In the dialogue, we had 私はイタリア人です。
I am Italian.
イタリア人 means Italian nationality.
The literal meaning is
Italy person. 人 means people or person.
basically when you attach jin to the name of a country, it becomes a nationality.
そうですね。Right. アメリカ人、
American,
シンガポール人、
Singaporean,
メキシコ人、
Mexican,
カナダ人。
Canadian. Of course, there are some exceptions, but we'll mention those in a later lesson.
If you're Canadian, you can say 私はカナダ人です。
Okay, Naomi-sensei, let's recap what we've learned to this point. Since this is the first lesson, why don't we introduce ourselves using this grammar point?
Good idea. Can I go first?
Sure.
ようこそ、ジャパニーズポット 101.com へ。私はナオミです。日本人です。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
Welcome to JapanesePod101.com. I'm Naomi. I'm Japanese. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Your turn.
Konnichiwa. 私はゲランテピータです。アメリカ人です。よろしくお願いします。
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
ようこそ、スタイル U です。よろしくお願いします。私はスタイル U の社長、南夏美です。大学院生です。
シュウです。ヘアスタイリストです。どうぞよろしく。
こんにちは。私は北川冬香です。私はカウンセラーです。よろしくお願いします。
東春人です。学生です。
ファブリッツィオです。ファッションコーディネーターです。イタリア人です。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
Practice with the review track.
ようこそ。
Welcome.
どうぞよろしくお願いします。
It's a pleasure to meet you.
私、
I, me.
は、
Topic marking particle.
大学院生、
Graduate student.
ヘアスタイリスト、
Hairdresser.
こんにちは。
Hello. Counselor.
カウンセラー、
Let's see.
えっと、
Student.
学生
Italian,
イタリア人
fashion coordinator, stylist.
ファッションコーディネーター
Company president.
社長
Lesson 2.
In this lesson, you'll learn how to ask questions.
Yes, no questions only. Not WH questions. It's just, are you, is he, are they?
Okay. Now, this conversation takes place at the office. What's the name of the company?
Style You. It's a hair salon / fashion coordinating company.
The conversation is between two people.
そうです。That's right. Kim Mi-yeon and Higashi Haruhito.
The names Nami-sensei just gave you are in reverse order. Last name first. First name last. Now, they're meeting for the first time, so the speakers are not friends yet. Therefore, the speakers will be speaking in
Formal Japanese.
おはようございます。私はキム・ミヨンです。インターンです。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
おはようございます。キム、
ミヨンです。
ミヨンさんですか。
はい、ミヨンです。
東春人です。東です。ミヨンさんはアメリカ人ですか？
はい、そうです。
次は英語が入ります。
おはようございます。私はキム・ミヨンです。インターンです。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
Good morning. I'm Kim Mi-yeon. I'm an intern. It's very nice to meet you.
おはようございます。キム、
Oh, good morning, Kim Mi.
ミヨンです。
It's Mi-yeon.
ミヨンさんですか。
Mi-yeon?
はい、ミヨンです。
Yes, that's right. I'm Mi-yeon.
東春人です。東です。ミヨンさんはアメリカ人ですか？
Oh, I'm Haruhito Higashi. Call me Higashi. Are you American, Mi-yeon?
はい、そうです。
Yes, I am.
First, we have a phrase.
おはようございます。
Good morning.
おはようございます。おはようございます。
Next word.
インターン。
Intern.
インターン。インターン。
Next word.
さん。
Mr. or Mrs.
さん。さん。
Next word.
アメリカ人。
American person. American.
アメリカ人。アメリカ人。
Next.
はい。
Yes. That's right.
はい。はい。
The grammar point for this lesson is yes, no questions. Can we have a sample sentence from the dialogue?
ミヨンさんはアメリカ人ですか？
Is Myeong American? Are you American, Myeong? So let's take a look at the components. First, we have
ミヨン
which is the first name, followed by
さん。
polite suffix. It's quite interesting. If you don't know the person and the name is ambiguous, there's no way to know if they're male or female.
そうですね。
So if I was to see Myeong-san, if I wasn't Korean or I didn't know about Korea, I wouldn't know if that person is male or female. In this case, Myeong is a female. That's followed by
わ
topic marking particle. And throughout teaching Japanese, I kind of came up with my own way of thinking of the topic marking particle wa. Think of it as a pause. Myeong, are you American? So that pause in there.
そうですね。
Followed by
アメリカ人
American,
です。
the copula,
か
question marking particle. Now, we're about to introduce you to probably the easiest grammatical structure in all languages, forming questions in Japanese. Because we're going to look back at the previous lesson and everything's going to stay the same except for that ka we just introduced. In the previous lesson, we learned watashi wa something something desu. that sentence structure. I am something.
私はアメリカ人です。
I'm American. Now, Naomi-sensei, how would we say Myeon is American?
ミヨンさんはアメリカ人です。
Same sentence pattern. Instead of watashi, we have Myeon's name. Myeon is American. Same exact pattern. Now, if you want to change this sentence into a question, the only thing you have to do is add
か at the end of the sentence.
That's it. Everything is exactly the same. It's not like English where the word order changes. Sometimes you have to guess the right verb. None of that. You simply add ka,
Ka.
and that's it. So the question, is Myeon American or are you American Myeon, is?
ミヨンさんはアメリカ人ですか？
Now, again, Japanese is very situational. So the literal translation here is Myeon American? But since the person speaking to Myeon, the translation's actually, are you American Myeon?
そうですね。Right. We have a word, you, which is あなた in Japanese. But using あなた is a bit too direct.
And direct in Japanese can be, well, it's a bit rude.
そうですね。You could say あなたはアメリカ人ですか？ Are you American? But it's a bit strong.
In this case, most likely the あなたは would be dropped.
そうですね。
And someone would say to you,
アメリカ人ですか？
are you American? With the you implied by the speaker. So that would be a case if the person didn't really know your name or kind of forgot it. In most cases, what happens is, あなた, the pronoun you is replaced by the person's name.
そうですね。For example, ピーターさんはアメリカ人ですか？
Are you American, Peter?
ピーターさんはアメリカ人ですか？
はい、そうです。Yes, I am. Naomi senseiはアメリカ人ですか? Are you American, Naomi?
Me? American? No. いいえ、違います。私は日本人です。
No, I'm not. I'm Japanese.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
おはようございます。私はキム・ミヨンです。インターンです。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
おはようございます。キム、
ミヨンです。
ミヨンさんですか。
はい、ミヨンです。
東春人です。東です。ミヨンさんはアメリカ人ですか？
はい、そうです。
Practice with the review track.
おはようございます。
Good morning.
インターン、
Intern.
3、
Mr. Ms.
アメリカ人、
American.
はい、
Yes, that's right. Mr. Ms.
3、
Good morning.
おはようございます。
Yes, that's right.
はい、
Intern.
インターン、
American.
アメリカ人。
Lesson 3.
Today, we're going to be talking about food.
Yes, my favorite topic.
So can you give us a bit of background here? Where does the conversation take place?
ビアガーデン。
Beer garden.
はい。
So the conversation takes place at a beer garden, which is a place where people go to drink and eat.
Yes.
So you can get dinner, and of course, you can get...
Beer. ビール。
Who is this conversation between? Who's talking here?
ファブリツィオ。
Fabrizio?
ウェイター or waitress.
The waiter or the waitress?
はい。
So it's formal, very polite Japanese.
そうです。Right.
乾杯。すみません。これは肉ですか？
いいえ、肉ではありません。魚です。サーモンです。
そうですか。これは肉ですか？
はい、そうです。鶏肉です。
これは肉ですか？
いえいえ、肉じゃないです。野菜と豆です。ファブリーツィオさんはベジタリアンですか？
次は英語が入ります。
すみません。これは肉ですか？
Excuse me, is this meat?
いいえ、肉ではありません。魚です。サーモンです。
No, it isn't meat, it's fish. It's salmon.
そうですか。これは肉ですか？
Is that so? Is this meat?
はい、そうです。鶏肉です。
Yes, that's right. It's chicken.
これは肉ですか？
Is this meat?
いえいえ、肉じゃないです。野菜と豆です。
No, no, it's not meat. That's salad and beans.
ファブリーツィオさんはベジタリアンですか？
Fabrizio, are you a vegetarian?
Naomi-san, what do we have first?
ベジタリアン。
Vegetarian.
ベジタリアン。ベジタリアン。
Moving on. Next we have
ウェイトレス。
waitress.
ウェイトレス。ウェイトレス。
And of course, this is taken from the English word,
そうです
waitress.
はい。
And for waiter, we have,
ウェイタ
again, taken from the English. Just break this down.
ー。ウェイター。ウェイタ
You want to hold at the end. Waiter. How was that? Pitch accent okay?
ー。はい。
All
Perfect.
right. Next we have
肉。
meat.
肉。肉。
What do we have next?
はい。魚。
Fish.
さかな。魚。
This is followed by
サーモン。
salmon.
サーモン。サーモン。
Long vowel here. And what about the pitch accent?
サーモン。
So flat and high, then dropping.
うんふん
Salmon.
はい。
Okay, next we have
鳥。
bird.
鳥。鳥。
Now this refers to birds in general.
はい、そうです。
The reason I'm pointing this out is we have our next word,
鶏肉。
which is chicken.
はい。
Break it down.
鶏肉。鶏肉。
I guess it's pretty logical because in most of the world we usually eat one main bird.
Yeah, chicken.
Yeah, so the bird meat, which is the literal translation, bird meat,
Yeah.
is chicken.
はい、そうです。鶏肉。
Okay, what do we have next?
野菜。
Vegetables,
はい。やさい。野菜。
followed by
豆。
beans.
豆。豆。
Okay, next we have
と。
the particle and with.
と。
Okay, so this is the main focus of today's lesson.
はい。
Naomi sensei, onegai shimasu.
はい。肉ではありません。
So, Naomi sensei, let's start with the word for no, which is?
いいえ。
And you want to hold the first part because it's a long vowel in there.
うんふん
If you say ie, that's a house.
はい。
Give it to us one more time.
いいえ。
Long vowel in there.
はい。
This is followed by
肉
meat.
ではありません。
Meat isn't. So literally we have meat isn't.
はい。Originally, これは was there, but since it's obvious they're talking about this, they dropped これは part.
Perfect explanation. In a textbook conversation, you would see the これは, and it would sound like this.
これは肉ではありません。
But as Naomi sensei pointed out, this is inferred from the previous question that they're talking about this. So it gets dropped.
はい。
So literally we have meat isn't.
そうですね。
But the translation is,
It isn't meat.
yeah, it.
そうですね。And ではありません sounds very formal. I'd like to introduce more casual expression.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we jump into that though, right now at this particular point in time, just remember ではありません as a set phrase.
はい。
And don't worry about the conjugation. We'll get into that later. But ではありません can be attached to nouns and na adjectives, which we'll get into a little bit later, but just for now. So right now, set phrase that's attached to a noun follows right after a noun in the case that it's not that thing.
そうです。
That made sense. Okay, now what is the casual expression you want to introduce?
じゃないです。
Same meaning. And please remember this too as a set phrase for now.
じゃないです。じゃないです。
So how we say it isn't meat?
肉じゃないです。
Again, similar to ではありません, it's attached directly to the noun.
はい。
So we have it isn't meat. This is followed by
魚です。
it's fish. Literally though, fish is.
はい。
Again, we don't have the it. We don't have the this.
はい。
But it's inferred
はい。
from the conversation. So it's fish.
サーモンです。
It's salmon. That's where Japanese is really great. A lot's inferred. So even if you know these words, you can use des in so many cases to even have conversations.
はい。
Then we have,
そうですか?
is that so?
If this expression said in a rising tone, it is a question.
So, そうですか
はい。
is the question.
はい。And そうですか is kind of like he's talking to himself, like confirming.
Like a rhetorical question.
はい。
He doesn't want an answer to it. He's just, is that so?
そうです。
So the rising one is where you're asking a question, and the falling intonation is the rhetorical question.
そうです。
Got it. Moving on.
これは肉ですか?
Is this meat? And again, we covered this in a previous lesson, the etto filler.
はい。
This is followed by,
はい。そうです。
yes, that's right.
鶏肉です。
It's chicken. Again, literally, chicken is. The
はい。
it is inferred. It's chicken.
これは肉ですか?
Is this meat?
いえいえ、
No,
肉じゃないです。
it isn't meat.
いえ is no, right? Like short version of いえ。But いえいえ like no no.
No.
はい。
So I think, well, what comes next will tell you why this person used yeah. What do we have next?
肉じゃないです。
Followed by?
野菜と豆です。
So because he's asking if salad and beans are meat, that's why the waitress was kind of like, yeah. No, she was got a little bit excited about answering,
Hi.
quickly.
はい、そうです。
And then finally we have,
ファブリツィオさんはベジタリアンですか?
are you vegetarian, Fabrizio?
はい。
I think this sentence exemplifies how to approach the topic marking particle at this stage. This is very similar to English. Fabrizio, pause. Are you a vegetarian? Because if you cut out Fabrizio and you just have vegetarian desu ka? Are you a vegetarian? Because the person you're asking is inferred, are you a vegetarian? Textbook we would say, あなたは
ベジタリアンですか?
are you a vegetarian? But here, we establish the topic with wa, Fabrizio-san. So, Fabrizio, pause. Are you a vegetarian? And this is similar to how some people even speak in English. Naomi,
はい。
do you like pizza or something along these lines?
ああ、そうですね。
Rather, do you like pizza, Naomi? Sometimes. So if you think about it this way, it may help you kind of comprehend what is meant by this topic marking particle. Establish that topic and then go on to talk about it.
面白い。そうですね。
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
乾杯。すみません。これは肉ですか?
いいえ、肉ではありません。魚です。サーモンです。
そうですか。これは肉ですか?
はい、そうです。鶏肉です。
これは肉ですか?
いえいえ、肉じゃないです。野菜と豆です。ファブリーツィオさんはベジタリアンですか?
Practice with the review track.
ベジタリアン
vegetarian,
ウェイトレス、
waitress,
肉、
meat,
魚、
fish,
サーモン、
salmon. Bird, fowl,
鳥、
chicken meat,
鶏肉、
vegetable,
野菜、
beans, peas,
豆、
and,
と、
toast, cheers.
乾杯。
Lesson 4.
In this lesson, you'll learn the usage of the interrogative word,
何
which means what in English.
and also the usage of the particle も
This conversation takes place at the offices of.
スタイル U スタイル U のオフィスです。
The conversation is between two coworkers who are,
北川冬香 and 西本修
again, name order, last name, first name. The speakers are coworkers. Therefore, Naomi Sensei, they'll be speaking in.
formal Japanese。
シュウさん、おはようございます。
風邪ですか東花さん。
多分。
それは何ですか？
これ？これは薬です。
それも薬ですか？
これはタバコです。
タバコはダメです。東花さん。
次は英語が入ります。
シュウさん、おはようございます。
Good morning, Shu. Achoo.
風邪ですか冬香さん。
Do you have a cold, Fuyuka?
多分。
Maybe.
それは何ですか？
What's that?
これ？これは薬です。
Huh? This? It's medicine.
それも薬ですか？
Is that also medicine?
これはタバコです。
Ah, these are cigarettes.
タバコはダメです。冬香さん。
Cigarettes are no good, Fuyuka.
First up, we have
風
cold.
風風
This is also the word for wind.
そうですね。
But is the pitch accent here different?
Same
Same. So no way to differentiate except by context.
そうですね。And Chinese characters are different. So you can tell by the Chinese character.
Now, kaze as in wind has one character. Kaze as in cold has two characters.
Yeah, which are wind and evil.
Really?
Yeah.
本当ですか？
そうです。
That just hit me today. That's what it means. Evil wind.
はい。
The evil wind brings the cold.
はい、その通りです。You got it.
Now that's really interesting.
はい。
Next we have
何 or なん。
what.
なに。なん。何。なん。
And the phonetic change here depends on what follows the interrogative for what, which can either be nani or nan.
はい。But in today's dialogue, I think the voice actor used the なん。なんですか?
Yeah, and here's the thing. We wrote the script, and when the voice actor saw it, the voice actor used their own judgment because there's no way to know just by looking at the character whether it's nani or nan.
そうなんですよね。はい。
But this is one of the fun parts about Japanese.
そうですね。はい。For me, it's a tricky part.
Okay, next we have
薬、
medicine.
薬、薬。
Where's the accent going here? Pitch accent is?
はい。薬。You rise the tone at す。
薬。
りは下がらないです。Don't drop the tone at り。薬。
薬。
そうそうそうそう。
Nice and high up there.
はい。
All right, next we have
はい。タバコ。
cigarettes, tobacco.
タバコ。タバコ。
So this is similar to the previous one.
はい。same
Rise in the
はい
middle and stay high.
その通りです。
Tobacco.
はい。薬。タバコ。
Kind of off the subject, I heard some interesting things about new drugs based on nicotine.
え
So this isn't, maybe in the near future, this isn't too out there.
あ
Tobacco
ータバコ薬。Maybe.
Maybe. Next we have
も。
particle meaning also, too.
も。
Followed by
ダメ。
no good, useless.
ダメ。ダメ。
This accompanied with, I guess we can call it the kind of opposite, which means all right. This word, now I'm not going to tell you the word, Naomi Sensei. This word, what would you say the opposite of this word is?
いい。
Really? I would say 大丈夫.
あー。
Because of the way it's used in the context. Dame can be used for not all right, not good. This isn't like, for example, I can't eat this food, I can't do this, I'm not feeling well. All can be used with dame. And on the other side, we also have 大丈夫, which also is kind of the same. It can be used for so many different things. Letting someone know about your physical condition, letting someone know if the thing you're doing is okay. So I think kind of the versatility of these two words kind of makes it the opposite. どうですか?
そうかもしれないですね。It depends on the context, but yeah, basically, I think you're right.
Then we have
これ、
this,
これ、これ、
followed by
それ、
that.
それ、それ、
Next we have
多分、
perhaps, probably.
たぶん、多分。
Today's grammar point actually comes in the previous sentence, correct?
はい。
What do we have there?
それは何ですか?
Last week we covered これは something です.
はい。
This is something.
はい。And the question form too. これは肉ですか?
Is this meat? So we covered both.
はい。
This is and
Is
this. And the only difference was
か。
at the end.
はい。
Here we're introducing the interrogative what,
はい。
which is,
何
and this falls where?
after topic marker は and before copula です。
So right in there. The pattern essentially stays the same. それ or これは something something です. それ or これは something something ですか? So the interrogative is placed before the polite form of the copula.
はい。
And as this is an interrogative, it will appear in questions. So we have the desu ka. So it comes before the desu ka.
はい。
The first part of the sentence stays the same. So how would we say, what is this?
これは何ですか?
Referring to something nearby you.
はい。
How would we say, what is that?
Oh, that one over there or that one you have? Which that?
Let's go with that pretty close by. Not too far away.
Okay. それは何ですか?
What's that?
はい。
Now, yes, there is one more
Yes.
that.
Hi.
And this is reserved for something quite far away.
はい。
That is
あれ、
that. Break it down.
あれ、あれ。
So how could we say, what's that? As in, what's that shooting across the sky? Because that's pretty far away.
はい、そうですね。あれは何ですか?
What's that?
はい。
Okay, so more about this inside the PDF. This is followed by the next sentence. Shu says,
それも薬ですか?
is that also medicine?
はい。
Literally, that too medicine is?
はい、そうですね。
Now, what's the difference here between that is that medicine? それは薬ですか?
はい。
And this sentence, is that also medicine? What's the only difference here?
It used も instead of は。
Sentence is exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
In English, it's an extra word. I am also something something. Is that also medicine? Here we switch the particle from wa to mo.
We replace は with も。
But it's that easy. That's it.
はい。
Naomi-san, 日本人ですか?
はい。日本人です。ピーターさんも日本人ですか?
はい. No. いいえ、アメリカ人です. But you see how we flipped it. Let's just go through that little conversation one more time. Naomi sensei, 日本人ですか?
はい。日本人です。
Naomi, are you Japanese? Yes, I am.
ピーターさんも日本人ですか?
Peter, are you also Japanese? And no, I'm not.
そうですね。ピーターさんはアメリカ人です。マーキーさんもアメリカ人です。
Peter is American. Marky is also American.
はい。
It's as simple as switching the particles. This is followed by?
あ、これはタバコです。
These are cigarettes. And we have to stop here because in Japanese, there's rarely do you switch words for plural.
はい。We have the word for these or those, but we rarely use them.
Yeah. So, これはタバコです. These are cigarettes.
はい。
But if you only had one, it could be this is a cigarette.
はい。
So again, it's context.
はい、そうです。
And then this is followed by Shu's lecture.
タバコはダメです。冬香さん。
Cigarettes are no good, Fuyuka.
はい。
So something is no good. Tobacco wa dame desu.
アルコールはダメです。
Alcohol is no good. You sound like a doctor. That's what they say to
そうで
people
すね。
taking medication.
そうです、そうです。At the hospital, you might hear this phrase. タバコはダメです。シャワーはダメです。
Showers are no good. And they usually attach yo. ダメですよ。
はい。
タバコはダメですよ。
I'm telling you. みたいなね。
Listen.
Very strong. Yeah.
Exactly. What it literally means is you can't do it. It's no good for you, so don't do it.
はい。
All that's implied.
はい。Or you can use ダメです saying that you can't do something. For example, I can't eat meat. 肉はダメです。
Yeah, so you can think of it literally as meat is no good for me, so I can't.
そうですね。
That for me, so I can't, or for someone, so I can't, is also kind of inferred in this.
はい。
And it can also mean to stop, like don't do something, stop something.
ダメです。
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
シュウさん、おはようございます。
風邪ですかトウカさん。
多分。
それは何ですか？
え？これ？これは薬です。
それも薬ですか？
これはタバコです。
タバコはダメです。トウカさん。
Practice with the review track.
風邪、
cold,
何？
What?
薬、
Medicine.
タバコ、
Tobacco. Cigarettes.
も、
Also, too. No good. Useless.
ダメ、
This.
これ、
That one you have.
それ、
Perhaps. Probably.
多分、
Achoo!
ハクション。
Lesson 5.
今日は電話番号。
Telephone numbers. So, which means we'll also be getting into numbers.
そうですね。
すみません。東さん、コンピューターのパスワードは何ですか？
コンピューターのパスワード？会社の電話番号です。
え？
コンピューターのパスワードは会社の電話番号です。
会社の電話番号は何ですか？
03-345-6788 です。
03-345-6788。
今度は英語が入ります。
すみません。東さん、コンピューターのパスワードは何ですか？
Excuse me, Higashi. What's the password for the computer?
コンピューターのパスワード？会社の電話番号です。
The computer password? The company's phone number.
え？
Huh?
コンピューターのパスワードは会社の電話番号です。
The computer's password is the company's telephone number.
会社の電話番号は何ですか？
What's the company's phone number?
03-345-6788 です。
It's 03-345-6788.
03-345-6788。
03-345-6788.
Naomi Sensei, what do we have first?
コンピュータ
Computer.
ー。コンピューター。コンピュータ
Now, there's a nice and simple way to say computer. Can you tell us that?
ー。PC? No.
That too, but would PC get across in Japanese? You have to make it into...
パソコン
There it is. Or wait, before we even get into that, I think if you say PC with a Japanese accent, that would work, right?
はい。PC。
PC.
そうそうそう。
That works.
はい。
So
多
we have-
分ね。Do you still remember that word from last week?
Here's your perfect chance to use it. 多分。Akira-san, どうですか PC.
多分若い人だったら PC でわかると思います。
If it's a young person, they would probably know PC or PC.
パソコンだったらみんなわかると思います。
This next word, everybody would know, which is, Naomi Sensei?
パソコン。
Personal computer. Break it down.
パソコン。パソコン。
And this is short, of course, for,
Personal computer.
which in Japanese would be,
パーソナルコンピュータ
gets chopped down into,
ー。パソコン。
which is so nice and easy to say.
はい。
Pasokon.
パソコン。
Now, wait, I didn't get that pitch accent right. Can we go over that one more time?
パソコン。
So, kind of rising and then leveling off.
うん。
Pasokon.
そうそうそう。パソコン。
Pasokon.
そうそうそうそう。そうです。
All right. This is very exciting. Next, we have
パスワード。
password.
パスワード。パスワード。
Very straightforward, taken from the English word password. This is followed by
会社。
company.
会社。会社。
Next, we have Akira-san.
電話。
Telephone.
電話。電話。
Now, I find the characters here, and again, I'm gonna talk about kanji over and over because it's so interesting, and the quicker you get in, the more exciting it is. So, Naomi Sensei, what does the first character in this word mean?
Electricity.
The second character means?
Talk.
So, electric talk.
はい。
Sounds interesting. Wow.
Naomi is pretending to be a little bit shocked over here, but yeah. So, if it helps, you can think of it like sometimes in a conversation you hear something shocking. So, shocking talk.
そうですね。
This is followed by
番号。
number.
番号。番号。
Now, if we take the previous word and combine it with this word, we have telephone number. which is?
電話番号。
Okay, so that covers our vocab. Here we have this week's grammar point combined with last week's grammar point. Last week was,
これは何ですか？
what is this? But that これ can be changed.
はい。
And whatever comes before the wa can be used here, the topic marking particle wa. And here we put in
会社の電話番号。
company's telephone number. The company's telephone number is what? Literally, we have company's telephone number is. So, what is the company's telephone number? Then we have
03-345-6788です。
03-345-6788.
はい。03ハイフン。このハイフン、some people call it の。So some people might say 03の345の6788.
Now, one quick thing we want to point out about this telephone number. There's a few things we could tell right off the bat. If you see or hear 03, what do you know right away?
It's in Tokyo.
Tokyo number. Now, second, this number has 9 digits, which makes it invalid. This is not a real number.
はい。So don't call it. Don't call this number.
To be a real number, a real Tokyo number, what does it need?
One more number.
So, I want to be a real number. It needs one more number. The way Tokyo numbers are broken down, it's 2 digits followed by hyphen, which now it's uncovered sometimes when speaking is referred to as no. 2 digits, hyphen, 4 digits, hyphen, 4 digits. We only have 2, 3, 4, so it doesn't quite work here. But again, more about this inside the PDF. Today's PDF has an amazing write-up. So before we head out today, we just want to go over numbers. So what we're going to do here is it's kind of the same format as the vocab. Naomi-sensei and Akihiro-san will give you the Japanese, I'll give you the English, and we'll also give you the breakdown. Okay, so numbers 1 to 10. Actually, 0 to 10. Here we go.
0
0.
0 0
There's also
0
0.
0 0
Next,
1
1.
1 1
Next,
2
2.
2
Next,
3
3.
3 3
The next one also has 2 ways of saying it.
4
4.
4 4
Alternate way,
4
4.
4
Next,
5
5.
5
Followed by
6
6.
6 6
7 also has 2 ways to say it.
7
7.
7
Alternate way,
7
7.
7 7
Next,
8
8.
8 8
Next way also has 2 ways to say it.
9
9.
9 9
Alternate way,
9
finally we have
10
10.
10 10
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
すみません。東さん、コンピューターのパスワードは何ですか？
コンピューターのパスワード？会社の電話番号です。
え？
コンピューターのパスワードは会社の電話番号です。
会社の電話番号は何ですか？
03-345-6788 です。
03-345-6788。
Practice with the review track.
コンピューター、
computer,
パスワード、
password,
会社、
company, corporation.
電話、
telephone,
番号、
number, series of digits.
何、
what, telephone,
電話、
what,
何、
password,
パスワード、
number, series of digits.
番号、
computer,
コンピューター、
company, corporation.
会社。
Lesson 6.
今日は numbers and prices.
Numbers and prices. And in Japan, prices can get to a very big number quickly because there's no decimal point.
The conversation takes place at the 100円 shop.
100 yen shop. So the conversation is between?
The shopping clerk and Minami-san.
So we'll have polite Japanese.
はい。And Minami-san is going to buy something. And when you listen to the audio, please calculate price.
いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。
すみません。これはいくらですか？
100円です。
じゃあ、これはいくらですか？
お客さん、ここは100円ショップです。これも100円、それも100円、あれも100円です。
ああ、そうですか。すみません。じゃあ、これとこれください。
次は英語が入ります。
いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。
Hello, may I help you?
すみません。これはいくらですか？
Excuse me, how much is this?
100円です。
It's 100 yen.
じゃあ、これはいくらですか？
And how much is this?
お客さん、ここは100円ショップです。これも100円、それも100円、あれも100円です。
Ma'am, this shop is a 100 yen shop. This one is 100 yen. That one near you is also 100 yen. That one over there is also 100 yen.
ああ、そうですか。すみません。じゃあ、これとこれください。
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'll take this and this. First word. Akihiro-san, お願いします。
いらっしゃいませ。
Welcome. May I help you?
いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。
Next we have
いくら、
how much.
いくら、いくら、
Easy way to remember this is salmon eggs, which in Japanese is.
いくら。
Then we have
お客さん。
customer, a very polite way to refer to a customer.
お客さん。お客さん。
This has the honorific prefix o and the honorific suffix san. Base we have
客、
customer, which is,
客、客。
and this can also be guest. This is followed by
ここ。
here.
ここ。
Next we have
円、
Japanese yen.
円。
English we say yen. Japanese it's n, no y. The kanji for this is quite interesting. What is the kanji here?
It means circle.
Yeah.
So we use coins, and coins are circle.
So that's where it derives from.
はい。と思います
N.。
Yeah, I heard it comes from this Japanese gesture. How do you describe this?
Where in English it would be the OK sign.
Right.
Your thumb and your pointer finger bend together into a circle, and the other 3 fingers are flailing away.
So that show a circle.
And that also means that's also the gesture in Japanese for money. En. Then we have
Shop.
shop.
Shop. Shop.
Next we have
ください。
please, as in please give me.
ください。ください。
And finally,
店員。
clerk.
てんいん。店員。
So in today's lesson, we're going to go from 11 to 100. And we actually gave you 200, which was a little bit of a trick question. So we'll go all the way to 200 and actually 210. Oh, Naomi Sensei, it never ends. What shall we start with?
10、
10.
10、10、
Next we have
11、
11.
11、11。
So this is very straightforward. We have the word for 10 followed by the word for 1. Literally, 10, 1. In English, it changes. 12,
12、
12. Literally, 10, 2.
12、12。
What do we have next? Akihiro-san?
13。
13. Literally, 10, 3. See how logical it is?
13。13。
Followed by
14
14.
or 14、14、14。
Next,
15。
15.
15。15。
Followed by
16、
16.
16、16。
Next we have
17。
17.
17。17。
18、
18.
18、18。
Followed by
19。
19.
19。19。
Or
19。19。
so here's the $1 million question. We started with 11, which is in Japanese literally 10, 1, 12, 10, 2, 10, 3, 10, 4, 10, 5, 10, 6, 10, 7, 10, 8, 10, 9. What do you think 20 is going to be?
2 tens.
There it is, which in Japanese is
20、20、
21 would be
21。
2, 10, 1. So with this, you have the tools now to count all the way up to 99. And then finally we have
100、
100. Okay, Naomi Sensei, are we going to stop here? We have to go to 200.
200。
Again, very logical. Once you have the number for the bigger denomination, use the other ones in combination. So literally 200.
Yeah.
Straightforward.
そうですね。hundreds are not too bad, but there are 3 exceptions which you have to remember.
Okay, what are those exceptions?
300、
300.
300、300、
So 100 becomes,
100、
then we have,
600、
next we have.
400、
So you want to stick to the yon here. 400.
400、400、
Followed by
500、
500.
500、500。
Next we have
That's a tricky one. 600、
p sound. P. 600.
600、
Then we have
700、
700.
700、700。
Then we have
That's a tricky one too. 800、
another p. 800.
800、
800.
900、
900.
900、900。
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。
すみません。これはいくらですか？
100円です。
じゃあ、これはいくらですか？
お客さん、ここは100円ショップです。 これも100円。それも100円。あれも100円です。
ああ、そうですか。すみません。じゃあ、これとこれください。
Practice with the review track.
いくら、
How much?
お客さん、
Guest, customer.
ここ、
Here, this place.
円、
Yen.
ショップ、
Shop, store. Please.
ください、
Shop assistant, clerk, salesperson.
店員、
Guest, customer.
お客さん、
Yen.
円、
How much?
いくら、
Lesson 7.
We are going to talk about 傘。
Umbrella.
はい。
And this umbrella is a bit on the high end.
Yeah, very expensive. Fabrizio-san is at an expensive shop. You can tell from the way the shopping clerk speaks.
Yeah, so we're going to take a look at that when we break apart the conversation. We're also going to go over big numbers and tens of thousands.
いらっしゃいませ。
すみません。あの傘はいくらですか？
33,000円でございます。
この傘はいくらですか？
28,000円でございます。
じゃあ、これをください。
ありがとうございます。税込み29,400円でございます。
次は英語が入ります。
いらっしゃいませ。
May I help you?
あの傘はいくらですか？
Excuse me, how much is that umbrella?
33,000円でございます。
It's 33,000 yen.
この傘はいくらですか？
How much is this umbrella?
28,000円でございます。
It's 28,000 yen.
じゃあ、これをください。
I'll take this one then.
ありがとうございます。税込み29,400円でございます。
Thank you very much. With tax, that'll be 29,400 yen.
First word. Naomi sensei, お願いします。
店員、
Shop assistant, employee, clerk.
店員、店員、
So this is high to low?
low to high. 店員、店員。
So you start out low with
Low,
the te
yep.
and then rise on the and stay high.
Exactly.
One more time.
店員、店員。
Next we have
いらっしゃいませ。
a phrase, welcome or may I help you?
いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。
Low to high. And at the end we come back down. Okay, so Naomi sensei, can you just focus on that one?
はい。いらっしゃいませ。
So it peaks on the ma.
はい、そうです。And then low at the se.
Akira-san, one more time.
いらっしゃいませ。
You could hear him peak at the ma and then come back down, tail off at the end. Irashaimase.
そうです。
So everybody who wants a part-time job out there, this is the phrase to practice. Then we have, next, another phrase.
ありがとうございます。
Polite way to say thank you.
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Now, arigato is thank you. Here, the gozaimasu is increasing the politeness level.
そうです。
And since they're in such a nice store, that's kind of atarimae, which means a presupposition. So taken for granted that this is the way you be treated in such a high-class store. Then we have
傘
umbrella.
傘 傘
Here, high to low.
はい、そうです。
And yeah, if you really, especially when you hear it slowly, if you really try and really pay attention to how it's being said, I think you could start to really pick up on this pitch accent.
そうですね。傘、傘。
Kasa.
そうです。
Next we have
税込み、
tax included.
税込み、税込み。
Low to high.
はい、
Low and stays high.
そうです。
This is followed by
をください
please. Please give me, and whatever comes before the object marker, お
をくださいをください
You know, I have a bit more difficulty picking up the pitch accent from a male speaker. So Akiro-san kind of blew that by me.
そうですね。I'm not sure, but I think Japanese guys tend to speak flat.
Can you give us kudasai, Naomi-sensei?
ください、ください。
So starts out low, rises in the middle, and back down at the end.
そうです。
Next we have
円、
Japanese yen.
円、円。
Okay, so let's take a look at this conversation and go into them in a bit of detail. Okay, so the conversation starts out with the clerk.
すみませんあの傘はいくらですか
Excuse me, how much is that umbrella? Let's look at the first component. Here we have
あの
this is a demonstrative adjective. This is modifying the noun that follows it. Now, what follows it?
傘
That umbrella. When a demonstrative adjective precedes a noun, it's talking about the location of the umbrella. And in this case, ano means over there, that umbrella over there. When we're talking about a noun, this, that, or that over there, we use Naomi-sensei,
これ、
this,
それ、
that,
あれ。
that over there. In the previous lesson, we went over this, but just to review, if we wanted to ask about the price of that over there, how'd we do it?
あれはいくらですか？
How much is that over there? But here we have a noun. We have umbrella. We're stating the umbrella. And the location of the umbrella is over there. Well, logic would say that this store is an umbrella shop. So there's lots of different umbrellas. So in order to specify which umbrella the speaker is talking about, the speaker refers to the one over there. And because we're referring to that one over there, the location is modifying the noun, so we use the adjective, ano.
あの傘はいくらですか？
Now, Naomi-sensei, if we're talking about this umbrella, how could we ask how much is this umbrella?
この傘はいくらですか？
The same exact sentence. The only thing that changes is
こ。
wow, yeah, I didn't even think of that. The only thing that changed in the sentence is just
One
one
sound.
syllable. Yeah, one
Yeah.
sound. The a becomes ko.
はい。
The demonstrative adjective for over there is ano, and the demonstrative adjective for something close by is kono.
はい。
Very interesting. Actually, yeah, the whole word would change though. Ano becomes kono. But yeah, for the change, only one thing changes. Now, how about Akiro-san, if we want to know the price of the umbrella, not too far away, but out of reach?
その傘はいくらですか
Let's try something else. Let's try a different object. How do we say book in Japanese?
本。
So if you go to a bookstore and you want to know the price of a book that you're holding,
この本はいくらですか？
this book, how much is? So we have the demonstrative adjective kono followed by
本。
so this book. And of course, this works with any noun. This person.
この人。
And so on and so on. So you can have any combination of a demonstrative adjective, which is the position of the noun you're talking about, and followed by a noun.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
いらっしゃいませ。
すみません。あの傘はいくらですか？
33,000円でございます。
この傘はいくらですか？
28,000円でございます。
じゃあこれをください。
ありがとうございます。税込み29,400円でございます。
Practice with the review track.
Shop assistant, employee, clerk.
いらっしゃいませ。
Welcome. May I help you?
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
傘、
Umbrella.
税込み、
Tax included. Please.
ください。
Yen.
円、
Welcome. May I help you?
いらっしゃいませ。
Umbrella.
傘、
Shop assistant. Employee. Clerk.
店員、
Lesson 8.
今日は We are going to talk about 忘れ物。
Something forgotten or something lost. Now, in addition, we'll be talking about possessives. This will really help you expand your range of Japanese because you'll be able to talk about your things and other people's things. So today is going to be a really good lesson. Now, today's conversation is between who?
男、
A man
女
and a woman.
and ファブリツィオ。
All of the participants on the train pulling into Tokyo. Conversation will start with the announcer announcing, well, where they're approaching. Then everyone gets off the train, or they're going to get off the train. But that's when all this happens.
次は東京。
あ、すみません。忘れ物です。傘。
いいえ、違います。私の傘じゃないです。
じゃあ、誰の傘ですか？あ、私のです。私の傘です。すみません。ありがとうございます。
次は英語が入ります。
次は東京。
The next station is Tokyo.
あ、すみません。忘れ物です。傘。
Oh, excuse me. You forgot something. Your umbrella.
いいえ、違います。私の傘じゃないです。
No, it's not my umbrella.
じゃあ、誰の傘ですか？
Whose umbrella is it then?
あ、私のです。私の傘です。すみません。ありがとうございます。
Oh, it's mine. It's my umbrella. Thank you so much. Start us off, Akihiro-san.
次、
Next.
次。
So this is high, low?
次。
So it's just the
Low,
opposite.
yeah, low, high.
Okay. Next we have
東京、
Tokyo.
と、う、きょ、う、東京。
So we have rising and then staying high.
はい。
Yeah. And for everyone out there, it's not Tokyo.
そうね、Tokyo じゃなくて東京。
Yeah. Both are long vowels. Tokyo.
そうです。
Then we have
忘れ物。
something forgotten, something lost.
忘れ物。忘れ物。
See, it sounds, again, starting high and going low, but I think it's the opposite, isn't it?
忘れ物。
So it's flat across.
はい。忘れ物。starts low and stays high.
And this is a combination of a verb and a noun. Now, the verb, the root verb here in this word, wasuremono, is wasureru, which is to forget. Just break that down for us.
忘れる。忘れる。
Now, we drop the final ru and we take
忘れ。
and we add to that.
物。
So, to forget thing, forgotten thing, means something you lost or something you forgot.
ピーターさん必要ですね。You need this vocabulary words.
Arigatou gozaimasu. Yes, I actually really do. And the place where you go to get the wasuremono is?
That's a very difficult word.
Try us. What do you got?
遺失物習得所。
Okay, you're right. But give it to us nice and slow.
はい。遺失物習得所。
And one more time by syllable.
遺失物習得所。遺失物習得所。
Lost and found. That's a very nice word.
Or 忘れ物センタ
Then we have
ー。私。
I or me, personal pronoun.
私。私。
This is followed by
私の
my or mine. This is the possessive.
私の私の
And you take the personal pronoun for I or me. You follow it with no. This makes it possessive. So whatever follows that is yours. I just want to go back a second to the pitch accent. What was the pitch accent on watashi?
私 starts low and stays high.
Watashi.
はい。
Okay. Then we have
誰
interrogative for who.
誰
Now, this is followed by
誰の
whose.
誰の誰の
Again, when we follow this interrogative with no, it becomes possessive. Whose. So let's work on possessives a little bit more here.
はい。
Okay? So let's also change a noun. Let's talk about books. How do we say book in Japanese again?
本
Okay? So Naomi-sensei, how can you say it's my book?
これは私の本です。
This topic marking particle wa, this my book is. This is my book. The pattern is, one more time.
これは私の本です。
This we have first marked by the topic marking particle wa, followed by
私の
my, followed by
本
book
です。
is. This is my book. Now, how can we say this is Akihiro's book?
これは秋広さんの本です。
This is Akihiro's book. Now, what changes? The only thing that changes here is,
秋広
yeah, watashi becomes,
秋広
okay? So, Akihiro-san, how can we say this is Naomi's pen?
これはナオミさんのペンです。
This is Naomi's pen. Now, how about that is Naomi's pen?
あれはナオミさんのペンです。
Or,
それはナオミさんのペンです。
depending on the distance and the context of the conversation. So we can substitute these two parts. Now, we'll give you this one more, and I think it's pretty important, talking about your. How do we say your in Japanese?
You in Japanese is あなた。
So your would be?
あなたの
Now, just break that down for us. Break down you for us one more time.
あなた。あなた。
So we kind of avoided this one because in Japanese, usually you don't refer to someone as anata.
そうですね。If you know that person's name, I would say it's safe to use that person's name.
Yeah, not this.
はい。
So let's just quickly go over before we end today.
はい。
My, yours, and the person, his or hers.
はい。
Okay, how do we say
私。
I or me? Again, depending on the location of watashi. How do we say mine?
私の。
Again, watashi followed by no. Yours.
あなたの。
Okay, how about his?
彼の。
And just break this one down because I don't think we had this yet.
彼。彼。
And his,
彼の。
hers,
彼女の。
ours,
私たちの。
theirs.
彼らの。
Okay, and yours plural.
あなたたちの。
Now, again, there's subtle uses to these, but we figured we'd just give you the basic stuff for all of this to express it. Now, about the ones we kind of ran over at the end, in the PDF, there's a much more detailed write-up of these. So make sure to check the PDF because his, hers, and these other ones we covered will come in handy. But again, in Japanese, you usually wind up referring to the person by their name.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
次は東京。
あ、すみません。忘れ物です。傘。
いいえ、違います。 私の傘じゃないです。
じゃあ誰の傘ですか？あ、私のです。私の傘です。すみません。ありがとうございます。
Practice with the review track.
アナウンス、
Announcement.
次、
Next.
東京、
Tokyo.
男、
Man.
女、
Woman.
忘れ物、
Something forgotten. Lost article. I, me.
私、
My, mine.
私の、
Who.
誰、
Whose.
誰の、
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Umbrella.
傘、
Lesson 9.
The conversation is taking place at Style U, and the conversation is between two coworkers. In this case, they'll be using formal Japanese,
そうですね。
polite Japanese. Again, we're going to be talking about possessives today, and we're going to expand a little bit on what we did last week.
それはファブリツィオさんの傘ですか？
はい、イタリアの傘です。イタリアのデザイナーの傘です。
へえ、すごい。
それはどこの傘ですか？
私の傘？ 100 円ショップの傘です。
今度は英語が入ります。
それはファブリツィオさんの傘ですか？
Is that your umbrella, Fabrizio?
はい、イタリアの傘です。イタリアのデザイナーの傘です。
Yes, it's made by an Italian designer.
へえ、すごい。
Wow, sounds great.
それはどこの傘ですか？
Where did you get that umbrella?
私の傘？ 100 円ショップの傘です。
Oh, my umbrella? I got this at a 100 yen shop. First word,
イタリア、
Italy.
イタリア、イタリア。
And low to high, right?
そうです。
Italia.
そうです。
All right, see, starting to get the hang of this. Next we have
デザイナ
designer.
ー、デザイナー、デザイナ
It seems like it fell off towards the end.
Actually, there are two ways to pronounce this word.
Help me out here. What two ways?
はい。The first one is デザイナー。
Low to high, then back down to low.
Designer. That's what Akihiro-san said. And the other pronunciation is designer.
And there you stay high. Start low and stay high.
はい。I think designer is a bit new way to pronounce the word. This kind of intonation is popular among young people.
Next we have
へ、
really? Wow. Huh?
へ、え、へ、
And I could hear you rising towards the end there.
へ。
That's nice and flat, but it's usually hey,
そうですね。
going up.
Yeah, そうですね。When you're surprised, へー sounds pretty casual though.
What about guys speakers? Hey. So it's still kind of the going up.
はい。
An interjection expressing surprise. Then we have
すごい、
great, wonderful, amazing.
すごい。すごい。
And this one starts out low and goes up. Next we have
どこ
where.
どこどこ
This is followed by
どこの。
from where.
どこの。どこの。
And we have the interrogative for where, doko, followed by no. So it's possessive. Where's? From where? So let's just get back to this doko no as referring to you want to find out more about something. So Naomi sensei,
はい
Akihiro-san is quite the dresser.
そうですね
Look at these shoes.
本当ですか？
Hondo desu yo. So if we wanted to ask about his nice leather shoes,
Leather shoes It looks flip-flops to me
Today I'm wearing Japanese sandals. These are called setta.
really?
Yeah.
I thought they were called 100 yen shop slippers.
これはとても夏は涼しいんです。
どこのサンダルですか
これは江ノ島のサンダルです。
Now, let's just do this exchange one more time. Naomi sensei asked about the slippers, and Akihiro-san answered about the slippers. But pay attention. Try and see if you can get it. One more time. I'm going to run through this. One more time. Ask the question.
どこのサンダルですか
Whose sandals are those? Where's sandals are those?
江ノ島のサンダルです。
Eno Island. Enoshima. Enoshima's sandals. Now, this doesn't really tell us a lot, but what is Enoshima? Is it a company or is it a location?
Location
Location.
When I say 江ノ島のサンダルです、which means these are the sandals that I bought in Enoshima.
I think something just kind of clicked. These aren't a brand name. They're not something quite nice.
Excuse me? Excuse me? これ結構高いんだから。
Oh, sorry, they're quite expensive. Okay, let me just take that back. So I would answer this question where I bought the product. Or maybe I would say this is Chinese made, so I would say made in China.
中国のシャツです
Right? So that would be a nice combination. But if it's something very high end, you would answer this question with a brand name.
はいグッチのシャツです
So when you answer this question, dokono, it can refer to where you bought something, or it can refer to a brand name, or where the product was made. And a lot has to be kind of derived from the context of what was said before and what's going on at that particular point in the conversation. But this dokono leaves a lot open. There are a variety of answers you can use to respond to this question.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
それはファブリツィオさんの傘ですか？
はい、イタリアの傘です。イタリアのデザイナーの傘です。
へえ、すごい。
それはどこの傘ですか？
え？私の傘？100円ショップの傘です。
Practice with the review track.
雨、
rain,
イタリア、
Italy,
デザイナー、
designer,
へえ、
oh yes, really?
すごい。
Great, wonderful, amazing. Where? What place?
どこ、
From where?
どこの、
Oh yes, really?
へえ、
Rain,
雨、
great, wonderful, amazing.
すごい。
Lesson 10.
This lesson is actually a review lesson.
So designed to reinforce what you've learned up until this point.
傘です。どうぞ。
ありがとうございます。じゃあまた。
ありがとうございました。
ない。私の傘。バニーズニューヨークの傘。ない。
え、あれはファブリッツィオの傘ですか？ごめん。いくらですか
28,000円。
28,000円？
今度は英語が入ります。
傘です。どうぞ。
Please take this umbrella.
ありがとうございます。じゃあまた。
Thank you. See you then.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
ない。私の傘。バニーズニューヨークの傘。ない。
My umbrella is missing. My umbrella. My Barney's New York umbrella. My umbrella is missing.
え、あれはファブリッツィオの傘ですか？ごめん。いくらですか？
Oh, was that your umbrella, Fabrizio? Sorry. How much was it?
28,000円。
It was 28,000 yen.
28,000円？
28,000 yen? First we have,
どうぞ。
please, by all means.
どうぞ。どうぞ。
So, rising, falling.
ど is high and うぞ is low. どうぞ。
Dozo.
Perfect.
All right. Next we have,
また、
again, and, also.
また、また。
また。
Rising, going up. All right, next we have,
バーニーズニューヨーク。
Barney's New York.
バーニーズニューヨーク。バーニーズニューヨーク。
And what do we have here with the pitch accent?
That's an English word, so バーニーズニューヨーク。
So Barney's is low to high. New York is low, high, low.
Low.
Okay, next we have,
ごめん、
pardon, I'm sorry.
ごめん、ごめん。
Naomi Sensei, what do we have here?
That's a very casual. I'm sorry.
This is short for.
ごめんなさい。
Next we have,
いくら。
how much,
いくら。いくら。
followed by
お客さん、
customer, guest.
お客さん、お客さん。
This is going to take a little bit of work. Naomi Sensei, what do we have first?
ない。
Now, this is the plain negative form of the verb aru.
そうです。doesn't exist.
The verb aru means to exist. Now, the plain negative nai means to not exist. Now, you're probably more familiar with this verb aru as the polite non-past affirmative arimasu or the polite non-past negative arimasen. In emergency-like situations, and in this case, we can consider losing a $300 umbrella an emergency, you normally would not use polite Japanese. It's an emergency situation, so we revert back to the plain form. Aru is actually an irregular verb. The plain non-past negative of aru is actually conjugated irregularly, so you have to check the PDF for that, but aru becomes nai. So literally, this nai means doesn't exist. So, doesn't exist. This is followed by
私の傘。
doesn't exist, my umbrella. Now, he's so excited he broke this into 2 sentences. Now, if you saw this in a textbook, which will lay everything out for you very nicely, it would come across like this.
私の傘。ない。
So the order, my umbrella would come first, followed by the verb. This is actually closer to English, where the verb precedes what's lost. Then we have,
あれはファブリツィオの傘ですか？
oh, that was your umbrella, Fabrizio?
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
いくらですか？
How much is it? Now, literally, that Fabrizio's umbrella is, that is Fabrizio's umbrella, but in English it'd be that was because it's gone. That was. So notice that we didn't shift to the past tense here. Now, we could also use the past, but as we're newbie level, we're keeping it nice and simple, clean and simple. But the past here would also be okay. Now, I want to point out here, notice how we use are, not sore. How come we use are here?
Because no one has his umbrella anymore.
So it's no longer there.
Yeah.
It's getting further and further away.
Yeah.
だからあれですね。
So then she realizes the mistake and says,
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
いくらですか?
How much was it? Followed by
28,000 円。
28,000 yen. Yeah, kind of slowly in disbelief. So, quite an interesting little story here. We kind of got your feet wet with the plain form. Up until now, we've been working on polite Japanese, which is what you'll primarily use at this level when you're speaking with your teachers and people who are not that close to you. But in Japanese, when you speak with your friends or people who are very close with you, you'll switch to another form of Japanese. And today we kind of introduced that. For more about this, check out the PDF because we could spend a long, long time on this. And one more thing I want to point out here, and it has to do, again, we went over this in the past, but I just want to reinforce it here and make sure you really get a grasp of this. Now, the phrase, that is Fabrizio's umbrella? That is your umbrella, Fabrizio? Can you give us that sentence one more time?
あれはファブリツィオの傘ですか?
That is Fabrizio's umbrella? It's a question. Is that Fabrizio's umbrella? Now, if we take the ka off the end, we have
あれはファブリツィオの傘です.
That is Fabrizio's umbrella. So that ka at the end of the sentence makes the difference between a question and a statement. And it's quite important for you to realize that the order doesn't change. It's just that ka. Now in English, we change the order. So in Japanese, it's just the ka at the end.
Very easy.
Very easy.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
傘です。どうぞ。
ありがとうございます。じゃあまた。
ありがとうございました。ない。私の傘。バニーズニューヨークの傘。ない。え、あれはファブリッツィオの傘ですか? ごめん。いくらですか? 28,000 円。28,000 円?
Practice with the review track.
どうぞ。
Please, by all means.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
また。
Again.
バーニーズニューヨーク。
Barney's, New York.
ごめん。
Your pardon. I'm sorry. How much?
いくら。
Guest, visitor, customer.
お客さん。
Again.
また。
Your pardon. I'm sorry.
ごめん。
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Lesson 11.
今日は temperature 暑い and 寒い涼しい暖かい。
So talking about the temperature.
はい。
And talking about the temperature with adjectives.
Yes. E ending adjectives.
Now in Japanese, adjectives are usually broken into two categories. E adjectives, adjectives that end in E, and na adjectives, adjectives which, when they're placed in front of a noun, need a na, which require a na to be placed in between the adjective and the noun. So we'll get into more discussion about this later, but for now, we're going to look at E adjectives.
おはようございます。
おはようございます。冬香さん、今日は暑いですね。
そうですね。でもここはとても涼しいですね。クシュン。
寒いですか？
寒くないです。ちょうどいいです。
次は英語が入ります。
おはようございます。
Good morning.
おはようございます。冬香さん、今日は暑いですね。
Good morning, Fuyuka. It's hot today, isn't it?
そうですね。でもここはとても涼しいですね。クシュン。
Yes, it is. But it's very cool in here, isn't it? Achoo.
寒いですか？
Is it cold?
寒くないです。ちょうどいいです。
It's not cold. It's just right. Achoo. Achoo. Naomi Sensei, what do we have first?
今日、
Today.
今日、今日、
Long vowel. Kyo. You want to hold it. Next we have
暑い、
hot.
暑い、暑い。
Next
でも、
but. However.
でも、でも。
This is but and however, but this is primarily used at the beginning of sentences. Now, the particle ga can also be used as but, and that's a conjunctive particle. So here we have demo, but this comes at the beginning of a sentence. Next we have
とても、
very, extremely,
とても、とても。
followed by
涼しい、
cool.
涼しい、涼しい。
And this is cool not in the English sense that it's cool, but
Cool.
in the weather sense.
そうですね。
That it's-
Only the temperature.
Yes. How could we say cool?
Depends on who you're talking to, but かっこいい。
There is the word we're looking for.
はい。or just いい。
Give us a kakkoi one more time
かっこいい。
and just break it down.
かっこいい。かっこいい。
And pitch accent here, we're going
かっこいい。
so low.
High and low
low.
at the E.
So one more time.
かっこいい。
Kakkoi.
Perfect.
Next we have
寒い。
cold.
寒い。寒い。
And this one, again, is going up and coming back down. Most of the E adjectives come back down, don't they?
Right.
So, samui.
そうです。
Next we have
ちょうど。
just right.
ちょうど。ちょうど。
Going up.
そうです。
chodo.
ちょうど。ちょうど。
chodo.
Very good.
You go up on the u in there.
そうです。
chodo. Next we have
いい。
good, nice, pleasant.
いい。いい。
Going down.
そうですね。また、
いい。
low at E part.
Now, Naomi Sensei, I always get confused with this i des. It can be used to accept something and also turn something down. Is it the pitch accent that is the difference or is the context?
Context.
So the pitch accent stays the same. It's the same.
そう
いい
で。
ですす。
いいです。
Going down. いいです。
はい。No, thank you. いいです。
Yeah.
You
い
can
い
say
です
that. いいです。そうですね。Same intonation.
Same intonation.
はい。暖かい。
Warm.
あたたかい。暖かい。
And starts out low, goes high, comes back down.
Again, E is low.
Yeah. 暖かい. Now onto this sentence ending particle ne.
はい。
There are a few ways to use this ne. Rather than giving them all to you now, we're just going to go over how it's used today. And what ne essentially does is add emphasis. It's an emphasizer. So it's adding emphasis to this statement. And the fact you're adding emphasis to this statement means that you would like a reaction or response out of the listener. So in that sense, it almost acts like an English tag question. Now, the best part about Japanese is this ne doesn't change. It's always ne. But in English, the tag question changes depending on the verb. It's hot, isn't it? You like pizza, don't you? So it changes like that. Ne doesn't change here. And that's one of the great things about Japanese. You get these tag questions that can be formed just by using ne. So here, it's hot, isn't it? Warranting that response from the listener. And the listener responds?
そうですね。
Yes, that's right. Followed by?
でも、
But. That's what we went over today. And Naomi Sensei used it multiple times, and she uses it over and over in her explanations when she starts out in Japanese and switches to English. So pay attention to that.
ここはとても涼しいですね。
But here, it's very cold, isn't it? Right? First we have
ここ
here, followed by
は
topic marking particle. Now, the topic switched. They were talking about today, and when the person responded, now the current speaker, yeah, it's hot. Today's hot, but here, now the topic's here. Here.
ここは
Very
涼しい
cool
です
is.
ね。
Right? Now we have an adverb. And that adverb is とても.
はい。
So this is modifying adjectives.
そうです。とても暑い。
Very hot.
とても暖かい。
Very warm.
とても寒い。
Very cold.
とても涼しい。
Very cool. とてもかっこいいです.
そうですね。
Very cool.
はい。
So this can be used with any adjective. And it just gives you another tool to make your Japanese that much more complex. So we can go from just hot to very hot. Gives you a way to modify the adjectives.
はい。
And again, we have here ne. But again, warranting that response from the listener. So the listener responds with,
寒いですか
is it cold? So literally, cold is, question, cold is? Again, the it is inferred.
そうですね。or ここは寒いですか
Is it cold here?
はい。
Is what is really being conveyed between the speakers. But what's being expressed with words is just this small part because the rest can be inferred that we're still in the same topic. Now, is it cold here? And this is followed by,
寒くないです。
it's not cold. Your first true test as a newbie. Now, in Japanese, adjectives are conjugated.
そうです。
And it seems intimidating, but it's really not. And we're going to get you through this step by step. Again, stop by, check out the PDF. Inside the PDF, there's a nice detailed write-up. But the simplest way to remember this is for adjectives, the way to get the negative. Now, in English, adjectives aren't conjugated. It's the verb that's conjugated. It's hot or it's not hot. In Japanese, the adjective is actually conjugated. So let's take this word. In the previous sentence, we had the adjective cold, which is?
寒い。
Now, a little disclaimer here. There are a few exceptions to this rule, but most adjectives that end in E are E adjectives. Now, the way we conjugate E adjectives into the negative is we drop the final E and we replace it with?
くない。
It's that easy. So let's try it with cold. Cold is?
寒い。
Not cold is?
寒くない。
That E becomes?
くない。
That's it. It's cold. So let's try today's cold.
今日は寒いです。
Today, it's not cold.
今日は寒くないです。
The sentence is the same, except the E becomes kunai. And that's how we form the negative. That's simple.
はい。
Okay, this is followed by?
ちょうどいいです。
Just right.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
おはようございます。
おはようございます。冬香さん、今日は暑いですね。
そうですね。でもここはとても涼しいですね。くしゅん。
寒いですか？
寒くないです。ちょうどいいです。
Practice with the review track.
今日
Today, this day.
暑い
Hot.
でも
But, however,
とても
very, extremely.
涼しい
cool. Cold.
寒い
Just right.
ちょうど
Good, nice, pleasant, fine.
いい
Warm.
暖かい
Today, this day.
今日 Lesson 12
In this lesson, you'll learn about the usage of na-ending adjectives.
Such as きれい
Beautiful,
静か
quiet,
and 特別
special. This conversation takes place at the hair salon.
そうですね。スタイル U のヘアサロンです。
The conversation is between two coworkers.
はい。西本修 and 北川冬香。修 is a hairstylist, so he's cutting Fuyuka's hair.
The speakers are coworkers, so they'll be speaking in.
Formal Japanese.
Let's listen to the conversation.
静かですね。
そうですね。
ここはいつも静かですか？
静かじゃないです。今日は特別です。冬香さんの髪はまっすぐですね。とても綺麗です。
そうですか。髪だけですか。
いや、もちろん、冬香さんも綺麗です。
どうも。
今度は英語が入ります。
静かですね。
It's very quiet.
そうですね。
It is.
ここはいつも静かですか？
Is it always quiet here?
静かじゃないです。今日は特別です。冬香さんの髪はまっすぐですね。とても綺麗です。
Never quiet. Today is special. You have straight hair, Fuyuka. Your hair is very beautiful.
そうですか。髪だけですか。
Is that so? You meant my hair only?
いや、もちろん、冬香さんも綺麗です。
Huh? Oh no. Of course. You are also beautiful, Fuyuka.
どうも。
Thanks. Let's take a look at the vocabulary for this lesson.
静か、
Quiet, peaceful.
しずか、静か。
Next word,
いつも、
always, usually.
いつも、いつも。
Next word,
髪、
hair.
かみ、髪。
Next word,
だけ、
only, just.
だけ、だけ。
Next,
もちろん、
of course, certainly, naturally.
もちろん、もちろん。
The grammar point for this lesson is
The usage of na adjectives. We have 4 na adjectives in the dialogue.
which are
静か、
quiet,
特別、
special,
まっすぐ、
straight,
and きれい。
beautiful. Now, as we explained in the previous lesson, there are two types of adjectives in the Japanese language, e adjectives and na adjectives. E adjectives end with e, and na adjectives end with na when they come before nouns. For example, straight hair would be,
まっすぐな髪、
beautiful hair would be.
きれいな髪。
You have to add na before nouns. That's why those adjectives are called na adjectives. But when na adjectives are followed by,
です。
the na ending disappears. For example, how do you say Tokyo is quiet?
東京は静かです。
Notice there's no na. How do you say you're special?
あなたは特別です。
That's the direct translation, right?
はい。But as we mentioned in lesson 2, I think it would be a good idea to avoid using あなた. So if I'm talking to Peter, ピーターさんは特別です。
I like that sentence. And notice how, again, there's no na. But what if we put the tokubetsu in front of Peter?
あ、特別なピーターSpecial Peter?
A little, off the topic, but the grammar is what we're focusing on here. And when a na adjective precedes a noun, you need that na in between the na adjective and the noun. Okay, let's jump quickly now to the particle ka, which is a question marking particle. Now, if we wanted to ask, is Tokyo quiet? That would be?
東京は静かですか?
We need that question marking particle. Naomi-sensei, is Tokyo quiet?
I don't think so. I would say 東京は静かじゃないです。
Shizuka janai. This is the negative form of shizuka. For making the negative forms of na-ending adjectives, we need to attach janai. And of course, this is informal, right?
はい、そうですね。
And what we're basically doing here is we're conjugating the copula, which of course is a linking verb. And just think of that as similar to the English to be. So for now, just think of janai as a way for making the negative form of na adjectives. So Naomi-sensei, what's the word for quiet again?
静か。
How about not quiet?
静かじゃない。
Attach janai. Follow the na adjective with janai. Special is
特別。
not special.
特別じゃない。
Straight,
まっすぐ。
not straight.
まっすぐじゃない。
Beautiful,
きれい。
not beautiful.
きれいじゃない。And handsome is not ending adjective. So Peter, ピーターさんはハンサムですね。
今日大丈夫ですか? What's wrong with you? Are you okay
It's
today?
written on a transcript. It's not my opinion. 冗談です。Just kidding.
Okay, but if you want to be humble, you should probably answer, いえいえ、handsome じゃないです。Like, no, I'm not handsome.
So, what if you want to flatter yourself?
So, can you praise me one more time? お願いします。
はい。ピーターさんはハンサムですね。
もちろん. Of course. Or you can say, 決まってるでしょ? Like, of course. Everybody knows that. Direct translation, it's been decided, but it's like a determined fact. So I should return the favor to you, right? But we're out of time. So you can imagine, but you can imagine it's something like, Naomi sensei wa kirei desu ne.
はい、ありがとうございます。じゃあ、今日はこの辺で。
That's going to do for this lesson.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
静かですね。
そうですね。
ここはいつも静かですか？
静かじゃないです。今日は特別です。冬香さんの髪はまっすぐですね。とても綺麗です。
そうですか。髪だけですか。
いやいや、もちろん冬香さんも綺麗です。
どうも。
Practice with the review track.
静か。
quiet, peaceful.
いつも。
always, usually.
特別。
special.
髪。
hair.
まっすぐ。
straight. Beautiful, na adjective.
きれい。
only.
だけ。
Of course, certainly, naturally.
もちろん。
special.
特別。
straight.
まっすぐ。
Lesson 13.
Let's talk about today's lesson. What's going on?
I think they're in the office.
Okay.
And Fabrizio is looking for something.
What kind of Japanese will be covered in the lesson today?
Polite Japanese.
Okay. And what about the grammar?
Adjectives plus noun.
ない。私の財布。ない。
どんな財布ですか？
高い財布です。イタリアのデザイナーの財布です。とても素敵な財布です。
あれですか？
ああ、そうです。私の財布です。嬉しい。ありがとう、春人。
どういたしまして。とてもかっこいい財布ですね。
ない私の傘ない。
夏美さんの傘はどんな傘ですか？
次は英語が入ります。
ない。私の財布。ない。
My wallet is missing.
どんな財布ですか？
What kind of wallet is it?
高い財布です。イタリアのデザイナーの財布です。とても素敵な財布です。
An expensive wallet. An Italian designer wallet. It's an extremely gorgeous wallet.
あれですか？
Is that your wallet?
ああ、そうです。私の財布です。嬉しい。ありがとう、春人。
Oh, yes. That's right. That's my wallet. I'm so glad you found it. Thank you, Haruhito.
どういたしまして。とてもかっこいい財布ですね。
My pleasure. It's a very cool wallet.
ない私の傘ない。
My umbrella is missing.
夏美さんの傘はどんな傘ですか？
What kind of umbrella do you have, Natsumi? First word.
どんな、
What kind of?
どんな、どんな、
All right. Next we have
高い、
high, tall, expensive.
高い、高い。
Now, again, we got to use context here. If we're talking about a building, it means tall.
高い。
What do we have next?
財布、
Wallet.
財布、財布。
Next we have
素敵、
lovely, fantastic, cool, and good looking.
ちょっと素敵、is a big word.
But it can be used for so many situations.
はい。素敵な人。
Yes, and this is a na adjective.
はい。
Can you break it down?
素敵、素敵。
Pitch accent here is
Start low and goes up a te and stays high.
suteki,
そうです。素敵。
suteki.
そうです。
What about for the other ones we just covered? Saifu,
財布。
going up.
はい。
Saifu.
そうです。
I hear it going up on the E. Saifu.
そうです。
How about for takai starts low, high, down.
そうです。
Takai,
高い。
takai.
そうです。
Okay, then we had a word we spoke about in a previous lesson, which also means good looking, cool. That is
かっこいい。かっこいい。かっこいい。
this word kakko means appearance, and it's followed by e, which means good. So literally, appearance good. Then we have
うれしい。
happy.
うれしい。うれしい。
Again, low, high, low. Ureishi.
うれしい。
This is followed by a phrase.
どういたしまして。
You're welcome.
どういたしまして。どういたしまして。
Do starts high, falls on the second syllable.
どう
Itashimashite starts low, rises on the second syllable ta, falls on the second to last syllable.
し、いたしまして。いたしまして。
Next,
そう
that's right. Or, is that so?
そうそう
Falls on the second syllable u.
そう
First we have
どんな
donna means what kind of and always precedes a noun. So we have donna followed by a noun. What kind of something? For example,
どんな財布ですか
what kind of wallet is it?
どんな傘ですか
What kind of umbrella is it?
どんなワインですか
What kind of wine is it?
どんなビールですか
What kind of beer is it?
どんなビルですか
What kind of building is it? So you get the pattern here. Donna followed by a noun. Grammar point 1. Next grammar point is adjective modifying a noun. As was introduced in the dialogue, we have an adjective preceding a noun in the word order. So let's just take a look at some of the examples we had in today's conversation. First we had
高い財布
expensive wallet. Now again, when we first hear takai, there's no way to know if it's expensive or
high or tall.
without knowing the context. So if you're talking on the phone and someone says takai, you have to wait for what comes next. Now, if it's a visual situation where you could see what's being talked about, then it's kind of very apparent. But again, the meaning comes from the context. This is an E adjective. So when an E adjective precedes a noun, stays the same. Nothing changes.
かっこいい財布
Cool wallet. Nice looking wallet. Again, we just take the E adjective and place it in front of the noun. Next we have?
Now it's time for a challenge.
What challenge is that?
な ending adjectives.
Okay, we introduced these na adjectives, and here we're going to show you where the name comes from. Naomi-sensei, take it away.
素敵な財布
Good-looking wallet. Now, if you remember, the adjective for good-looking is?
素敵
The word for wallet is?
財布
So, in today's dialogue, the word order is, first we have the adjective,
素敵
followed by
財布
wallet. But as steaky is a na adjective, we can't just line them up. We need to put something in between, and that is?
な
Hence, where we get the name na adjective. So, the phrase goes?
素敵な財布です
There it is. The E adjective can be placed directly in front of the noun without any change. The na adjective needs a na following it when placed in front of a noun. Let's take a look at another example.
特別な財布
Special wallet. Naomi sensei wa tokubetsu na sensei desu ne.
ありがとうございます
Yes, I'm very used to this with Sakura and Natsuko. Yes.
We are so Japanese.
Yeah, Yoshi used to really like them.
そうですね、それから English adjectives are treated as a na adjectives.
And exponentially increase your vocabulary. Because
Gorgeous な財布
gorgeous wallet. I mean, knowing this, you can take most English adjectives, slap a na at the end, and use them in front of nouns.
そうですね多いですねスペシャルなイベント
Special event.
キュートな人
Cute person.
マニアックな人
A really exuberant person. So it doesn't have that, in English, maniac kind of has, it's like kind of a negative nuance to it. But in Japanese, this nuance isn't as severe.
そうですねマニアック is we can use maniac for the who are really into something.
Kind of a bit different than the English version of the maniac on the news and wanted in 30 states. So yeah, you got to watch out for that nuance there. Now, again, we're introducing you to an additional pattern, and we want to stress additional. Up until now, we've been introducing you to this A, wa, bi, des. Topic followed by wa, followed by adjective, followed by des. And you can use this pattern too. This is just an additional pattern that you can use and is used quite often. And we're just going to give you side by side here using the takai saifu. Can we have both patterns?
これは高い財布です
This is an expensive wallet. And the word order is quite similar to English. This, expensive wallet. And of course, just the verb is what's different here. Then we also have
この財布は高いです
this wallet is expensive. And again, quite similar. This wallet, expensive, is almost identical. But again, we just want to stress here that both, this is just an additional pattern in addition to your linguistic toolbox. So just something else.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
ない私の財布ない
どんな財布ですか？
高い財布です。イタリアのデザイナーの財布です。とても素敵な財布です。
あれですか？
ああ、そうです。私の財布です。嬉しい。ありがとう、春人。
どういたしまして。とてもかっこいい財布ですね。
ない私の傘ない
夏美さんの傘はどんな傘ですか？
Practice with the review track.
どんな
What kind of?
高い
High, tall, expensive. E adjective.
財布
Wallet.
素敵
Lovely, fantastic, cool. Not adjective.
かっこいい
Attractive, good looking, stylish. E adjective. Happy, glad, pleasant. E adjective.
嬉しい
You are welcome. Don't mention it.
どういたしまして
Wallet.
財布
What kind of?
どんな
Lovely, fantastic, cool. Not adjective.
素敵
Lesson 14.
What are we talking about today?
We are going to review some adjectives.
Always nice. And we're also going to learn some adverbs of degree.
そうです。とても、
Very,
全然。
completely. So today's conversation is between Kim Mi-young and Haruto Higashi. And they're talking about what kind of computers?
Mac or Macintosh.
And Natsumi Minami is popping in and out of the conversation.
She talks about Mac too, but different Mac.
Okay, so the conversation is in polite Japanese as it's between three people and their colleagues.
はい。
All right, and the conversation takes place?
In the office.
すみません。東さん、忙しいですか？ Mac のコンピュータは難しいです。
ああ、これは。はい、どうぞ。
わあ、ありがとうございます。東さんはすごいですね。
いえいえ、全然すごくないです。Mac は簡単ですよ。
Mac？ そう、Mac は便利ですね。それからとても安いです。
安い？ Mac は安いですか？
はい、とても安いです。ハンバーガー100円です。でもあまりヘルシーじゃないです。
ん？
次は英語が入ります。
すみません。東さん、忙しいですか？ Mac のコンピュータは難しいです。
Excuse me, Mr. Higashi. Are you busy? It's difficult using a Macintosh computer.
ああ、これは。はい、どうぞ。
Oh, this? Here you go.
わあ、ありがとうございます。東さんはすごいですね。
Wow, thank you. You're amazing, Mr. Higashi.
いえいえ、全然すごくないです。Mac は簡単ですよ。
No, no, not at all. Macs are easy.
Mac？ そう、Mac は便利ですね。それからとても安いです。
Mac? Yes, Mac is useful. And it's very cheap.
安い？ Mac は安いですか？
Cheap? Is Mac cheap?
はい、とても安いです。ハンバーガー100円です。でもあまりヘルシーじゃないです。
Yes, very cheap. A hamburger costs 100 yen. But it's not very healthy.
ん？
忙しい。
Busy.
忙しい。忙しい。
Rising on the second syllable, so, and coming down on the final syllable, e.
忙しい。
Next,
難しい。
difficult.
むずかしい。難しい。
Again, rising on the second syllable zu and coming down on the last syllable i.
難しい、
Next,
すごい、
great, amazing.
すごい、すごい、
Rising on the second syllable go and coming down on the last syllable i.
すごい、
Next,
安い、
cheap.
安い、安い、
Rising on the second syllable su, coming down on the last syllable i.
安い、
Next,
簡単、
easy, simple.
かんたん、簡単、
Rising on the second syllable and staying high.
簡単、
Next,
便利、
convenient.
べんり、便利、
Starts high, comes down on the second syllable stays low.
便利、
Next,
とても、
very.
とても、とても、
Rises on the second syllable te and stays high.
とても、
Next,
それから、
and then,
それから、それから、
rises on the second syllable de, stays high.
それから、
Next,
でも、
but,
でも、でも、
starts high, falls on mo, the second syllable.
でも、
Let's have a look through more of the grammar used in this lesson. Now, what did we cover in this lesson?
The usage of e and na adjectives.
So let's go back to where this appeared in the conversation. Can you repeat the sentence?
Mac のコンピューターは難しいです。
Literally, Mac computers are difficult. But of course, that would mean that the Mac is doing something on its own. And so what we really mean to say here is using Macs is difficult. But of course, when you give this sentence, literally, Mac computers are difficult, what is inferred is completely understood. Let's take a look at how the grammar was applied in this sentence. So, what do we have first?
Mac,
In this case, right now, we have the word meaning Mac. And as we know, it can mean McDonald's or Mac computers in Japanese. So we don't know yet, but we know we have Mac. This is followed by?
の
Possessive.
コンピュータ
So there we go. Mac computers.
ーは
Topic marking particle.
難しい。
Here comes our adjective. So we have this topic followed by topic marking particle. Then we have the adjective. In this case, it's an E adjective because it ends in the E. So literally we have Mac computers difficult are. Mac computers are difficult. It's this pattern we want to introduce. Topic, wa, topic marking particle, followed by the adjective, followed by des. Can we have a look at a na adjective, which again gets its name from the fact that when this adjective is placed in front of a noun, we have to separate the adjective and the noun with a na.
Mac は簡単です。
Macs are easy. Literally, Mac, easy. Macs are easy. Okay, and let's quickly just review the negative form, the affirmative and negative form of both types of adjectives. Because again, in Japanese, adjectives can be conjugated. Okay, what do we have first? Let's start with the E adjectives. And again, they get their name from the fact that they end in the syllable E.
これは難しいです。
This is difficult. That was the affirmative. Now the negative, please.
これは難しくないです。
This is not difficult. The only difference between this sentence and the previous sentence is
難しい and 難しくない。
Yeah, I'd even take it a step further and say, right after, the only difference between the sentence before is muzakashi ends in E, and in the second sentence it ends in kunai.
くない。
So just a few syllable changes. That's it. One more time side by side. Affirmative,
これは難しいです。
negative.
これは難しくないです。
Now on to na adjectives, which again get their name from the fact that when they're placed before a noun, you need a na to separate them from the noun. When they precede des, there's nothing there. Okay?
これは簡単です。
This is easy. That was the affirmative form. Negative form,
これは簡単じゃないです。
this is not easy. Literally, this easy not is. This is not easy. Now, the only difference between this sentence and the previous sentence is
じゃない。
that's it. The adjective doesn't change at all. We just add this extra part in. Now, a couple things here. Some of you who use textbooks may be wondering, where did this come from? This formation actually comes from the casual way of creating the negative with not adjectives. We're going to give you the other ways right now that you can have this. This formation comes from the most casual way of forming the negative of a not adjective. The next step in politeness would be
ではない。
So the whole sentence, please. Instead of じゃない, we're going to put in ではない.
これは簡単ではないです。
And then finally, the most polite way to refer to this is
これは簡単ではありません。
Now we're going to explain all this, but we just want to cover this because in spoken Japanese, you probably hear じゃないです much more than you'll hear ではありません.
そうですね。
So that's why we're introducing it in this order. Now there's also, to complicate things a little more, じゃありません. But here, everything we gave you is in polite form and just variations of what you would come into contact or may come into contact with.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
すみません。東さん、忙しいですか？ Mac のコンピュータは難しいです。
ああ、これは。はい、どうぞ。
わあ、ありがとうございます。東さんはすごいですね。
いえいえ、全然すごくないです。Mac は簡単ですよ。
Mac？ そう、Mac は便利ですね。それからとても安いです。
安い？ Mac は安いですか？
はい、とても安いです。ハンバーガー100円です。でもあまりヘルシーじゃないです。
ん？
Practice with the review track.
忙しい。busy, e adjective. 難しい。difficult, e adjective. すごい。amazing, great, e adjective. 簡単。simple, easy, na adjective. 便利。convenient, handy, useful, na adjective. それから。and then. cheap, inexpensive, e adjective. 安い。healthy, na adjective. ヘルシー。here you are, here you go. どうぞ。not very. あまり。very, adverb. とても。not at all. 全然。but, however. でも。
Lesson 15.
So we're going to be asking about things and using adjectives to describe them. Now, that means we'll be learning even more adjectives.
はい。頑張って。Good luck.
Who is in today's conversation?
ファブリツィオとお客さん。
So Fabrizio and his client are talking about the president of Style U.
スタイル U の社長。
Now, the conversation is between a customer and an employee, so we'll be using
Polite Japanese.
And the conversation takes place
at the office.
はいどうぞお茶です。
どうも。ああ、美味しい。ファブリッツィオさん、スタイル U の社長はどんな人ですか？
とても元気な人です。オフィスはいつも賑やかです。
若いですか？
はい、とても若いです。かわいい人ですよ。
ああ、女の人ですか。ファブリッツィオさんのタイプですか？
いえ、全然。
はい、どうぞ。お茶です。
Here you are. Have some tea.
どうも。ああ、美味しい。
Thanks. Oh, this tea is delicious.
ファブリッツィオさん、スタイル U の社長はどんな人ですか？
Fabrizio, what is the president of Style U like?
とても元気な人です。オフィスはいつも賑やかです。
She's a very energetic person. Our office is always lively.
若いですか？
Is the president young?
はい、とても若いです。かわいい人ですよ。
Yes, she is very young. She's a lovely person.
ああ、女の人ですか。ファブリッツィオさんのタイプですか？
So it's a woman. Is she your type, Fabrizio?
いえ、全然。
Nope.
First we have
おいしい、
delicious, tasty,
おいしい、おいしい、
rising on the second syllable E, falling on the last syllable E.
おいしい、
Next,
かわいい、
pretty, cute, lovely,
かわいい、かわいい、
rising on the second syllable Wa, falling on the last syllable E.
かわいい、
Next,
若い、
young,
わかい、若い、
rising on the second syllable Ka and falling on the last syllable E.
若い、
Next we have
元気、
vigor, vitality, vim,
元気、元気、
falling on the second syllable N and staying low.
元気、
Next,
にぎやか、
bustling, busy, lively,
にやか、にぎやか、
rising on the second syllable Gi, coming down on the third syllable Ya and staying low.
にぎやか、
Next,
お茶、
tea, and usually means green tea,
お茶、お茶、
rising on the second syllable Cha.
お茶、
Next,
社長、
president,
社長、社長、
rising on the second syllable Cho.
社長、
Next,
タイプ、
type,
タイプ、タイプ、
falling on the second syllable E.
タイプ、
Next,
人、
person, people.
ひと、人。
Now, Naomi Sensei, today we're going to be going over adjectives and nouns. So, let's go back to where this appeared in the conversation. Can you tell us where we had an adjective? Can you give us an example of where an adjective appeared?
これはおいしいです。
This is delicious. Again, the standard A, topic marking particle, adjective followed by the polite form of the copula, des. Then we had the adjective actually precede the noun in this sentence.
これはおいしいお茶です。
This is delicious tea. Now, let's take a look here at the components of this sentence. First, we have
これ
this
は
topic marking particle.
おいしい
Delicious
お茶
tea
です。
is. This delicious tea is. This is delicious tea. Let's take a look at a na adjective. Next, we have
ファブリツィオさんはにぎやかです。
Fabrizio is lively.
ファブリツィオさんはにぎやかな人です。
Fabrizio is a lively person. Now, the first sentence one more time.
ファブリツィオさんはにぎやかです。
Fabrizio, nigiaka, lively is. He's lively. In the second sentence we have
ファブリツィオさんはにぎやかな人です。
the first part.
ファブリツィオ
Fabrizio,
は
topic marking particle, same as the previous sentence. Then we have
にぎやかな、にぎやか
lively, followed by.
な
This indicates that this na adjective is preceding a noun, and that noun is.
人。
So we have na adjective preceding a noun, so we need that na in between there, that sandwich. Adjective na noun. Nigiyaka na hito. So the adjective is modifying that noun. Fabrizio, lively person is. Fabrizio is a lively person.
ファブリツィオはにぎやかな人です。
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
はいどうぞお茶です。
どうも。ああ、美味しい。ファブリッツィオさん、スタイル U の社長はどんな人ですか？
とても元気な人です。オフィスはいつも賑やかです。
若いですか？
はい、とても若いです。かわいい人ですよ。
ああ、女の人ですか。ファブリッツィオさんのタイプですか？
いえ、全然。
Practice with the review track.
社長 Company President 元気 Vigor, vitality, vim, not adjective いつも Always, usually にぎやか Bustling, busy, lively, not adjective 若い Young, adjective かわいい Pretty, cute, lovely, charming, adjective Woman 女の人 Man, person, people 人 Type タイプ Green tea, tea お茶Delicious, tasty, adjective おいしい Not at all 全然
Lesson 16.
The function of this lesson is giving a destination and asking for the time.
はい。
The conversation takes place in
A taxi.
and as the conversation is between the driver and the customer, the conversation will be in
Polite Japanese. Driver is a 運転手 and customer is, as you know, お客さん。
so polite Japanese.
横浜ホテルまで。
はい、
すみません。今何時ですか
6時です。
？6時ですか。どうも。
うわー、お客さん、渋滞ですよ。
渋滞ですか。すみません。今何時ですか
6時半です。
今度は英語が入ります。
横浜ホテルまで。
To the Yokohama Hotel. はい、certainly.
すみません。今何時ですか
Excuse me, what time is it now? 6時です。It's 6.
6時ですか。どうも。
6 o'clock? Thanks. うわー、お客さん、渋滞ですよ。Oh, it's a traffic jam, ma'am.
渋滞ですか。すみません。今何時ですか
A traffic jam? Excuse me, what time is it now? 6時半です。It's 6:30.
Naomi Sensei, what do we have first?
運転手
Driver.
運転手運転手
Rising on the coming back down after te, and staying low.
運転手
Next,
お客さん
customer.
お客さんお客さん
Starts low, rises on kya, stays high.
お客さん
Next,
渋滞
traffic.
渋滞渋滞
Starts out low, rises on u, and stays high.
渋滞
Next.
何時
What time?
何時何時
Starts high, drops on n, stays low.
何時
Next.
今
Now.
今今
Starts high, ends low.
今
Next.
すみません
Excuse me.
すみませんすみません
Starts low, rises on me, drops at the end.
すみません
Next.
タクシ
Taxi.
ータクシータクシー
Starts high, drops second syllable ku, stays low.
タクシ
Next.
ー横浜
Yokohama, the city.
横浜横浜
Starts low, rises on the second syllable ko, stays high.
横浜
Next.
半
Half.
半半
Starts high, ends low.
半
Next.
ホテル
Hotel.
ホテルホテル
Starts high, drops on the second syllable, te, stays low.
ホテル
This lesson focuses on the expression,
今何時ですか
what time is it now? Let's take a closer look. First we have
今
now, followed by
何時
what time, followed by
です
is
か
question. Now, what time is what we have literally. Of course, what time is it now?
Of course, you can drop 今 and say 何時ですか
What time is it? So let's go back to where this appeared in the conversation. Can you repeat the answer to this question?
6時です
It's 6. It's 6 o'clock is how we translate it. But let's take a closer look at what's going on here. First, we have in this sentence, as is,
6時
6 o'clock
です
is. 6 o'clock is. It's 6 o'clock. Now, of course, there's something inferred here. Naomi-sensei, if we reveal what's inferred here, the sentence reads,
今6時です
now it's 6 o'clock. Okay, so that's inferred here. What you want to notice here is you take the hour and just follow it simply by des. That's all. So if it was 7 o'clock, Naomi-sensei, 今何時ですか?
7時です
It's 7 o'clock. If it's 8 o'clock,
8時です
now, jumping back to our conversation, of course, the taxi gets caught in traffic, and quite a bit of time passes. Now, when the passenger finally asks for the time again, what happens this time?
6時半です
It's 6:30, so 30 minutes have passed in traffic, in the jutai. So, not good for him, but good for us because we get another time expression. So, same as before, everything is the same as the previous sentence, except for one thing.
半
We add han in there. Han literally means,
half
so we have literally, start from the beginning of the sentence,
6時
6
半
half
です
is. It's half past 6. It's 6:30. Now, if we wanted to say 7:30,
7時半です
you get the pattern. 7 o'clock followed by
半
8:30.
8時半です
So the pattern stays the same.
And notice the pronunciation. 6 o'clock is 6時 Ku is high, but half past 6 is 6時半 So 6時半 goes up at ku and stays high and drop at
So low to high, back down to low
high.
when there's han.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
横浜ホテルまで。
はい、
すみません。今何時ですか？
6時です。
6時ですか。どうも。
うわー、お客さん、渋滞ですよ。
渋滞ですか。すみません。今何時ですか
6時半です。
Practice with the review track.
運転手 driver お客さん customer 渋滞 traffic jam 何時 what time 今 now Excuse me, I'm sorry. すみません Taxi cab タクシー Yokohama 横浜 half 半 hotel ホテル
Lesson 17.
Today, we are talking about time.
And the grammar point is the particle
から
which means from. Now, the conversation is between a customer and the taxi driver, so we'll be using
polite Japanese
and the conversation takes place
in a taxi.
6時半？うわ
仕事ですか？
ー。いえ、友達のパーティーです。
ああ、パーティーですか。パーティーは何時からですか？
6時半からです。
何時までですか？
8時半までです。
今度は英語が入ります。
6時半？うわー。
6:30? Oh no.
仕事ですか？
Heading to work?
いえ、友達のパーティーです。
No, my friend's party.
ああ、パーティーですか。パーティーは何時からですか？
Oh, a party. What time does the party start?
6時半からです。
At 6:30.
何時までですか？
What time does the party go till?
8時半までです。
Until 8:30.
First word
仕事
work.
仕事仕事
Starting out low, rising on go, and staying high.
仕事
Next,
パーティー
party.
パーティーパーティー
Starts high, drops low on the second syllable, and stays low.
パーティー
Next we have
から
from.
からから
Starts high and drops low.
から
Next,
友達
friend.
友達友達
Starts low, rises on mo, the second syllable, and stays high.
友達
Next,
8時半
8:30.
8時半8時半
Starts low, rises on chi, the second syllable, stays high until the last syllable where it drops down.
8時半
Next,
6時半
6:30.
6時半6時半
Again, starts low, rises on the second syllable, the ku, stays high until the final syllable where it drops again.
6時半
Naomi Sensei, what is today's grammar point?
から
Kara is a particle used to indicate the starting position, in this case, of an action. Therefore, we treat this as the English equivalent of from. The particle is often paired with made, which, when talking about time, means until. So together, if you use kara and made talking about time, you get the from until pattern. Let's go back to where kara appeared in this conversation. Can you repeat that sentence?
パーティーは何時からですか？
What time is the party from? Let's take a closer look at this sentence. First we have
パーティーは
so. The party marked by the topic marking particle wa. This is followed by
何時
what time
から
from
です
is
か
question party what time from is, and of course we translate this as what time is the party from, or what time does the party start. Let's give one more example of how we can apply this. What was the answer in the conversation?
In the conversation, it says 6時半からです。
Literally, 6:30 from is.
But the subject is missing, right?
Yes, it's inferred.
はい。So the sentence should be パーティーは6時半からです。
The party is from 6:30. But we can leave it out because it was said in the previous sentence. Again, so much can be inferred in Japanese. And when things are inferred, the subject or the topic can be left out. So that allows us to say 6:30 from, or in English, from 6:30.
6時半からです。
Let's give a few more examples of how this works. Naomi-sensei, can we have an example sentence?
仕事は何時からですか?
Literally, work from what time is. But of course, we translate this as, what time does your work start? Your work from what time? This is answered with,
仕事は9時からです。
my work starts at 9 o'clock. I work from 9 o'clock.
Of course, you could say 9時からです。That's okay too.
Leaving out
仕事は
to make it that much easier. Interestingly enough, here, if we change the time, say I start my work at 10 o'clock.
仕事は10時からです。
The only thing that changes here is the time. Actually, just the number in this sentence. But again, the time is the only thing that changes. The kara des stays the same. My work starts from 10 o'clock.
本当ですか?
本当ですよ? From 10 o'clock. All right, let's try one more pattern and let's incorporate the two particles we kind of touched on in the grammar section, the kara with made. Okay, so we're going to give you the pattern. Kara from, made until. Naomi-sensei, what do we have first?
仕事は何時から何時までですか?
From what time to until what time do you work? So we're twisting it a bit, but...
Yeah, is it a little bit strange English? I mean, to me, it sounds no problem, but...
But I just haven't heard that pattern in a while. Let's just go through the sentence. First we have
仕事は
the topic marked by the topic marking particle, followed by
何時から
literally what time from, but from what time. Then we have
何時まで
literally what time until, but of course we translate this until what time
ですか?
is it. So from what time until what time do you work, or is your work?
仕事は何時から何時までですか?
And then the answer to this is
仕事は9時から5時までです。
my work is from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or until 5 p.m.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
6時半? うわー。
仕事ですか?
いえ、友達のパーティーです。
ああ、パーティーですか。パーティーは何時からですか?
6時半からです。
何時までですか?
8時半までです。
Practice with the review track.
仕事
Work.
パーティー
Party.
から
From.
友達
Friend.
8時半
8:30. 8:30. 6:30. 6:30.
6時半
From.
から
Work.
仕事
8:30. 8:30.
8時半
From.
から
Lesson 18.
Now, last lesson we introduced two particles,
から
from
まで
to, with time expressions. Now we are continuing on with kara and made, and now we're going to introduce the length of time.
そうですね。
So the conversation is between
お客さん
and
運転手
the driver. So we're going to be using,
polite Japanese
and the conversation takes place.
in a taxi
運転手さん、ここから横浜ホテルまで何分ですか？
さ
あれは駅ですか？
あ、ああ、そうです。横浜駅です。5分ぐらいです。
ここから駅まで5分。駅からホテルまで10分。運転手さん、ここでいいです。いくらですか？
今度は英語が入ります。
運転手さん、ここから横浜ホテルまで何分ですか？
Sir, how long does it take to get to the Yokohama hotel from here?
さあ、
Well, I'm not sure.
あれは駅ですか？
Is that a station?
ああ、そうです。横浜駅です。5分ぐらいです。
Oh yeah, that's right. That's Yokohama station. It takes about 5 minutes to get there.
ここから駅まで5分。駅からホテルまで10分。運転手さん、ここでいいです。いくらですか？
Well, it takes 5 minutes to get to the station. It takes 10 minutes from the station to the hotel. Sir, stop here, please. How much do I owe you?
First word,
駅
station.
駅駅
Starts high, falls on the second syllable ki.
駅
Next,
ホテル
hotel.
ホテルホテル
Starts high, falls on the second syllable te, stays low.
ホテル
Next,
5分
5 minutes.
5分5分
Starts high, falls on the second syllable fu.
5分
Next,
10分
10 minutes.
10分10分
Falls after the ju, stays low.
10分
Next,
ぐらい
about.
ぐらいぐらい
Falls on the second syllable ra.
ぐらい
Next,
何分
how many minutes?
何分何分
Falls on the second syllable mm.
何分
Next,
さあ
well.
さあさあ
Falls on the second syllable a.
さあ
Naomi Sensei, what did we cover in this lesson?
何分
How many minutes? Now, let's go back to where this appeared in the conversation. Can you repeat that sentence?
ここから横浜ホテルまで何分ですか？
How long, how many minutes does it take to get to Yokohama Hotel from here? Okay, and can you give us one more example of how we apply this?
何時何分ですか？
What time is it? Literally, what hour, what minute is it? So, what we want to do here is stop and go over minutes because minutes can be a bit tricky.
難しいですね。
ちょっと難しいですね。
はい。
And the reason for that is sometimes we have a phonetic change. So we're going to go over these and give you some tips to really help you navigate your way through counting minutes. And this is a really good exercise because sometimes even really experienced speakers get a little tripped up by this. Okay? So, Naomi Sensei, onegaishimasu. 1 minute.
1分
2 minutes.
2分
3 minutes.
3分
4 minutes.
4分
5 minutes.
5分
6 minutes.
6分
7 minutes.
7分
8 minutes.
8分 or 8分
9 minutes.
9分
10 minutes.
10分
Naomi Sensei, the counter for minutes is?
分 or 分
Yes. Now, if we want to give a base, we could say that the counter is fun, but there, again, it changes. Now, out of 1 to 10, and from what we just went over, 5 of them have fun. The other 5 are pun.
すごい
So it's kind of an even split here. So let's see if we can help you remember this. So we start out with the first one.
1分
Notice the pause in there plus pun. One more time.
1分
Followed by
2分
2 minutes. No pause and straight to the fun. 2分. Next is
3分
this is followed by
4分
2 in a row.
はい。I think that's because of the sound, N sound.
Similar to the previous one, 3分. When you have an N sound in there, you're going to switch to the pun.
はい。
So 3 out of the first 4 are pun. 1分, 2分, 3分, 4分. Next we have
5分
so now we're back to the fun. This is followed by
6分
back to the pun. So 4 out of the first 6 are pun. So this is followed by
7分
7 minutes. Then we have
8分 or 8分
next
9分
followed by
10分
So there are 2 in here that can be said either way, pun or fun. 4 and 8.
4分 or 4分8分 or 8分
Well, the way I usually remember it is if we keep 4分, it's almost like every other one
Oh,
is fun pun,
Wow, I didn't know that.
right? So it's 1分. Then we switch to
2分
then we're back to
3分
and we just go 2 in a row here.
はい4分
You can also say 4分 here, but let's just keep this 2 in a row just to make this little trick work. So we're keeping 4分. This is followed by
5分
fun. So every other one,
6分
back to the pun. Next we have
7分
back to the fun. Next we have
8分
followed by
9分
and finally
10分
So hopefully this gives you a little bit of insight. I mean, the best
Wow.
way to do it is kind of just memorize it. Sit down and memorize it. That's definitely the best way. But this should help maybe give you a little bit of insight
あーすごいすごい
or hopefully something to help you memorize. Okay, let's move on to the focus of today's lesson using the 2 particles kara and made. Now, kara is a particle used to indicate the starting position, where made indicates up to when talking about time or place. So let's go back to where this appeared in the conversation. Can you repeat that sentence?
ここから駅まで5分です
It takes 5 minutes to get to the station from here. Now, literally we have, one more time,
ここ
here,
から
from,
駅
station,
まで
to,
5分
5 minutes
です
is. Here from, station to, 5 minutes is what we have literally. But of course, when we translate it, it is 5 minutes to get to the station from here. But the pattern stays the same. You can take 2 locations and swap them out. So if we want to say it takes 20 minutes from Tokyo to Yokohama, we would say
東京から横浜まで20分です
it takes 20 minutes from Tokyo to Yokohama.
To make a question form is easy too. 何分 is a question. So, ここから駅まで何分ですか is a question.
Yeah, so how long does it take from here to the station?
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
運転手さん、ここから横浜ホテルまで何分ですか？
さ
あれは駅ですか？
ああそうです横浜駅です5分ぐらいです
ここから駅まで5分、駅からホテルまで10分。運転手さん、ここでいいです。いくらですか？
Practice with the review track.
ホテル
hotel,
何分
how many minutes,
さあ
well, I don't know,
駅
station,
10分
10 minutes,
5 minutes. 5分
Approximately, about, almost.
くらい
How many minutes?
何分
Station.
駅
Hotel.
ホテル
Lesson 19.
So today we're going to learn how to say the 7 days of the week.
Exciting.
Very exciting. Now, today's conversation is between...
Someone and Minami-san.
So what kind of Japanese are we using today?
I think they are colleagues. So polite Japanese is used in a conversation.
And where's the conversation take place?
On the street.
じゃあ、ありがとうございました。
あれ夏美さん。夏美さん。夏美さん。
ああ、東くん。ファブリツィオのパーティー。
えファブリツィオのパーティーファブリツィオのパーティーは明日ですよ。
嘘！今日は何曜日ですか？
今日は土曜日です。パーティーは明日です。日曜日です。
今日は土曜日ですか？嘘ー。本当？
次は英語が入ります。
じゃあ、ありがとうございました。
Okay then, thank you very much.
あれ夏美さん。夏美さん。夏美さん。
Oh hey, Natsumi. Natsumi. Natsumi!
ああ、東くん。ファブリツィオのパーティー。
Huh? Oh hi, Mr. Higashi. Fabrizio's party is...
ファブリツィオのパーティーファブリツィオのパーティーは明日ですよ。
Huh? Fabrizio's party? His party is tomorrow.
嘘！今日は何曜日ですか？
You're kidding. What day is it today?
今日は土曜日です。パーティーは明日です。日曜日です。
It's Saturday. The party is tomorrow. It's on Sunday.
今日は土曜日ですか？嘘ー。本当？
What? It's Saturday today. Oh no, really?
First word.
明日
Tomorrow.
明日明日
Rising on the second syllable, sheet.
明日
Next.
何曜日
What day? What day of the week?
何曜日何曜日
Rising on the second syllable, coming down on the second to last syllable, u.
何曜日
Next we have
月曜日
Monday.
月曜日月曜日
Rising on the second syllable, falling on the second to last syllable.
月曜日
Next we have
火曜日
Tuesday.
火曜日火曜日
Rising on the second syllable, falling on the second to last syllable.
火曜日
Next,
水曜日
Wednesday.
水曜日水曜日
Rising on the second syllable, falling on the second to last syllable.
水曜日
Next,
木曜日
Thursday.
木曜日木曜日
Rising on the second syllable and falling on the second to last syllable.
木曜日
Friday.
金曜日
Friday.
金曜日金曜日
Rising on the second syllable, falling on the second to last syllable, u.
金曜日
Next,
土曜日
Saturday.
土曜日土曜日
Rising on the second syllable and falling on the second to last syllable.
土曜日
Next,
日曜日
Sunday.
日曜日日曜日
rising on the second syllable and falling on the second to last syllable, u. Next.
嘘
Lie.
嘘嘘
Falling on the second syllable. Starts high, falls.
嘘
Next.
本当
True.
ほんとう本当
Rising on the second syllable, and staying high.
本当
What did we cover in this lesson?
曜日
Which is day of the week.
はい day of the week
Let's go back to where this appeared in the conversation. Can you repeat that sentence?
今日は何曜日ですか
What day is it today? And literally, we have
今日
today,
は
topic marking particle.
何曜日
What day
ですか
is it? So literally, today, what day is it? Almost identical.
If you put 明日 instead of 今日明日は何曜日ですか
What day is it tomorrow? And when we ask this, we're referring exclusively to the day of the week. Now, we kind of reviewed this in English. What day is it today? It can be interpreted many different ways.
そうですね It's my birthday
Okay, so give us one or more example of how we can apply this.
今日は土曜日です
Today is Saturday.
今日は土曜日ですか
Is today Saturday? Again, that sentence ending particle ka can change what we said, our statement, into a question. Next we have
明日は木曜日です
tomorrow is Thursday.
明日は木曜日ですか
Is tomorrow Thursday?
明日は何曜日ですか
What day is it tomorrow? So, Naomi sensei, 今日は何曜日ですか?
今日は多分月曜日です
本当ですか?
本当かな
そうですよ。今日は月曜日です。
ああ
So today is
月曜日
Monday. 2 points in there. You said something 多分. What does this mean?
Maybe, which we've already introduced in a previous lesson.
Sorry, 失礼しました。So sorry about that.
So 今日は月曜日です。明日は何曜日ですかピーターさん。
今日は月曜日ですね。そうすると明日は火曜日です。
本当？
本当ですよ。
そうですね。
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
じゃあ、ありがとうございました。
あれ夏美さん夏美さん夏美さん
ああ、東くん。ファブリツィオのパーティー。
えファブリッツィオのパーティーファブリッツィオのパーティーは明日ですよ。
嘘！今日は何曜日ですか？
今日は土曜日です。パーティーは明日です。日曜日です。
え？今日は土曜日ですか？嘘ー。本当？
Practice with the review track.
明日
Tomorrow.
嘘
lie, incorrect fact.
本当
Truth, reality.
今日
Today, this day.
月曜日
Monday,
火曜日
Tuesday. Wednesday,
水曜日
Thursday,
木曜日
Friday,
金曜日
Saturday,
土曜日
Sunday,
日曜日 What day? 何曜日
Lesson 20.
Today we're going to learn months and dates in Japanese, so lots of things to memorize again. So,
Good luck.
頑張ってください. And today's conversation is between
東さん、
and,
キムミヨンさん。
so we're using what kind of Japanese?
Polite Japanese。
And today is a special event. What event is that?
今日は Fabrizio's birthday party。ファブリツィオさんの誕生日です。
Happy birthday, dear Fabrizio. Happy birthday to you.
誕生日おめでとう、ファブリツィオ。
皆さん、ありがとうございます。
東さんの誕生日は何月ですか？
私の誕生日は7月です。
何日ですか
7日です。
私の誕生日も7月7日です。ちょっと嬉しいです。
次は英語が入ります。
Happy birthday, dear Fabrizio. Happy birthday to you.
皆さん、ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much, everyone.
東さんの誕生日は何月ですか？
So when's your birthday, Mr. Higashi?
私の誕生日は7月です。
My birthday is in July.
何日ですか？
What's the date?
7日です。
It's July 7th.
私の誕生日も7月7日です。ちょっと嬉しいです。
Really? My birthday's on July 7th too. I feel kind of honored.
First word.
誕生日。
Birthday.
たんじょうび。誕生日。
Rising on the second syllable, coming down on the second to last syllable, u.
誕生日。
Next.
おめでとうございます。
Congratulations.
おめでとうございます。おめでとうございます。
The first word, omedeto, rising on the second syllable me, stays high. Second word, gozaimasu, rising on the second syllable za and falls on the last syllable su.
おめでとうございます。
Next,
皆さん。
everyone,
みなさん。皆さん。
rising on the second syllable na, falling on the second to last syllable sa.
皆さん。
Next,
何月。
what month?
何月。何月。
Starts high, falls on the second syllable stays low.
何月。
Next,
7月。
July,
7月。7月。
rising on the second syllable and stays high.
7月。
Next,
何日。
what day? How many days?
何日。何日。
Starts high, falls on the second syllable, stays low.
何日。
Next,
7日。
the seventh,
7日。7日。
rising on the second syllable no and stays high.
7日。
Next,
ちょっと。
bit, a little,
ちょっと。ちょっと。
falls after the first syllable, stays low.
ちょっと。
Next,
嬉し
happy, glad,
い。嬉しい。嬉しい。
rises on the second syllable, re, falls on the last syllable, i.
嬉しい。
What did we cover in this lesson, Naomi-sensei?
How to say the date in Japanese.
And the phrase related to this first appeared in what line?
I think that's in the fifth line. 東さんの誕生日は何月ですか？
What month is your birthday, Higashi? Let's take a look at this sentence component by component. First we have
東さん。
Higashi.
の
Possessive. Higashi's
誕生日
birthday. Higashi's birthday.
は
Topic marking particle. So we're talking about Higashi's birthday.
何月
What month?
何 is
What
月 is
month?
so 何月
What month? Very straightforward.
ですか
Is it? So literally, Higashi's birthday. What month is it? What month is your birthday, Higashi?
今日 is today, right? So 今日は何月ですか would be
What month is today?
今 means now. 今何月ですか
Now, what month is it?
夏 is summer. 休み is vacation or holiday. 夏休み is summer vacation. 夏休みは何月ですか
What month is summer vacation? Or what month is your summer vacation? Now, in Japan, the normal order for the year, month, and day is?
year, month, and day.
So if you ask somebody, what day is it today?
今日は何月何日ですか
Today is what month, what day. And with this, you can ask about various events and particular days.
誕生日は何月何日ですか
What day is your birthday?
Yeah, but instead of what day is your birthday, you usually, even in English, you usually ask when is your birthday. That's more natural, right?
That's right.
It's same in Japanese. We usually use いつ。誕生日はいつですか
But for this lesson, since we're focusing on the date, we're kind of crafting it.
I think both sentences are fine. 誕生日は何月何日ですか誕生日はいつですか Not much difference.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
Birthday, dear Fabrizio. Happy birthday to you.
誕生日おめでとう、ファブリッツィオ。
皆さん、ありがとうございます。
東さんの誕生日は何月ですか
私の誕生日は7月です。
何日ですか
7日です。
私の誕生日も7月7日です。ちょっと嬉しいです。
Practice with the review track.
誕生日 birthday おめでとうございます Congratulations 皆さん何月 What month 7月 July What day? How many days? 何日 The 7th 7日 Bit, a little ちょっと Happy, glad, E adjective 嬉しい I, me 私
Lesson 21.
Today, who is the conversation between?
キム・ミヨンさん and 西本修さん
Okay. And there are two colleagues, so what kind of Japanese is it?
Polite Japanese
And where does the conversation take place?
多分 office
修さん、おはようございます。おはようございます。
ああ、おはよう、みおんちゃん。
iPod ですか？
はい、みおんちゃんは音楽を聴きますか？
はい、R&B を聞きます。
R&B を聴きますか？本当ですか？ 今日の夜、暇ですか？
次は、英語が入ります。
シュウさん、おはようございます。
Good morning, Shu.
おはようございます。
Good morning.
ああ、おはよう、みよんちゃん。
Oh, good morning, Miyoung.
iPod ですか？
Is that an iPod?
はい、みよんちゃんは音楽を聴きますか？
Yeah. Do you listen to music, Miyoung?
はい。R&B を聞きます。
Yes, I listen to R&B.
R&B を聴きますか？本当ですか？今日の夜、暇ですか？
You listen to R&B? Really? Are you free tonight?
R&B
R&B.
R&B R&B
Rising on the second syllable, the long ah, falling on the last syllable.
R&B
Next,
音楽
music. So high, low on and stays low.
音楽
Next we have
聞きます
the present polite form of the verb kiku, to listen.
聞きます聞きます
Rising on the second syllable ki, falling on the last syllable su.
聞きます
Next,
夜
evening, night.
夜夜
Starts high, ends low.
夜
Next,
暇
free time.
暇暇
Starts low, ends high.
暇
Next,
iPod
iPod.
iPod
Rises on the second syllable e, falls on the last syllable do.
iPod
Naomi Sensei, what are we covering today?
Mass form of verbs and sentence structure.
There are several verb forms in Japanese, and today we're going to focus on the mas form. The ending mas makes the sentence polite, and it is used in polite and formal conversations. Now, the mas form is used to represent the non-past polite in Japanese. Now, in Japanese, there is the past and the non-past.
Only two.
So in English, we have the future, present, past. In Japanese, yes, non-past and past. And this is the polite non-past, kind of incorporating present and future. This is most likely the form you'll come across in textbooks. Okay, let's go back to where this appeared in the conversation. Naomi Sensei, can you repeat that sentence?
R&B を聞きます
I listen to R&B. Now, let's take a look at this sentence. Let's go back and form the textbook sentence. We would have first
私
I followed by
は
topic marking particle followed by
R&B
R&B.
を
Here we have the object marker. This is the object that's being acted upon. And what is the action in this sentence?
聞きます
To listen in the non-past polite. So literally, I R&B listen. I listen to R&B. Now, of course, in the sentence, watashi wa was omitted and inferred, so we just had
R&B を聞きます
I listen to R&B. Literally, R&B, listen to. But of course, I listen to R&B. Now, let's take another example. How we say I listen to rock.
私はロックを聞きます
How about classical music?
クラシックを聞きます
So the pattern stays the same. The type of music is marked by the object marker
を
and then followed by the verb.
聞きます
Okay, again, polite, non-past. Now, if we wanted to change this to a question, how could we do this?
Very, very simple. Add か at the end of the sentence.
Now, in English, when you form a question, you have to rearrange the words.
Do you, does he?
I sense some, an interesting tone there, Naomi Sensei. You don't like the rearranging of the words?
だって難しいんだもん English is difficult.
But in Japanese, it's much easier because we can just add the sentence ending particle ka and the statement becomes a question. For example, we had I listened to R&B, which was
R&B を聞きます
Now, to make it into a question, we just add ka to the end of it.
R&B を聞きますか
Do you listen to R&B? So first we had I listened to R&B, which was,
私は R&B を聞きます。
and now the question, do you listen to R&B?
R&B を聞きますか？
Easy as that.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
シュウさん、おはようございます。おはようございます。
ああ、おはよう、みおんちゃん。
iPod ですか？
はい、みおんちゃんは音楽を聴きますか？
はい、R&B を聞きます。
え、R&B を聴きますか？本当ですか？あ、今日の夜、暇ですか？
Practice with the review track.
R&B R&B 音楽 Music 聞きます To listen 本当 Truth Today 今日 Evening, night 夜 Free time, not adjective 暇 iPod iPod
Lesson 22.
Today we're continuing working on verb sentences.
Yep, in the previous lesson we covered the mas form. And we're going to introduce you to two new particles, which are
で
and
と
they can be translated as in or at, and to can be translated as with in English. Now, in the previous lesson, Shu and Kim Min-young talked about music. Myeon said she liked
R&B ミオンさんは R&B を聞きます。
Myeon listens to R&B music. Now, there just so happens to be an R&B music event tonight. So, Shu is asking Kim if she's free tonight. Sounds like a date.
And he's saying 今日の夜暇ですか？
Are you free tonight? So, Shu's also talking to
冬香 and 南
So it's a conversation among the four colleagues. So what kind of Japanese are we using?
Polite Japanese.
Okay. Conversation takes place at?
They're probably at the office.
今日の夜、暇ですか？
ごめんなさい。今日は夜はダメです。東さんと銀座で映画を見ます。
へえ、東と銀座で映画を。へえ。いいですね。あ、冬香さん、今日の夜暇ですか？
今夜？暇じゃないです。ファブリッツィオとサルサをします。
へえ、ファブリッツィオとサルサを。へえ、いいですね。あ、南。
私は忙しいです。うちでビリーズブートキャンプをします。
今度は英語が入ります。
今日の夜、暇ですか？
Are you free tonight?
ごめんなさい。今日は夜はダメです。東さんと銀座で映画を見ます。
I'm sorry. Tonight's not good. I'm going to see a movie with Higashi tonight.
へえ、東と銀座で映画を。へえ、いいですね。あ、冬香さん、今日の夜暇ですか？
Oh, wow. With Higashi? In Ginza, a movie. Wow. Good for you. Oh, hey, Fuyuka, are you free tonight?
今夜？暇じゃないです。ファブリッツィオとサルサをします。
Tonight? No, I'm not free. I'm salsa dancing with Fabrizio.
へえ、 ファブリッツィオとサルサを。へえ。いいですね。あ、南。
Wow, with Fabrizio, salsa dancing sounds good. Oh, Minami.
私は忙しいです。うちでビリーズブートキャンプをします。
I'm busy. I'm gonna do Billy's boot camp at home.
First word.
銀座
Ginza, shopping district in Tokyo.
銀座銀座
Rising on the second syllable and staying high.
銀座
Next.
映画
Movie.
映画映画
Two pronunciations. Nami-sensei gave us rising intonation.
はい
Rising on the second syllable e and staying high.
But the another pronunciation is 映画
Falling on the second syllable e and staying low.
はい映画映画
Next.
今夜
Tonight.
今夜今夜
Falling on the second syllable and staying low.
今夜
Next we have
サルサ
salsa, as in the dancing.
サルササルサ
Falling on the second syllable ru and staying low.
サルサ
Next we have
うち
home, house.
うちうち
Next we have
します
polite, non-pass form of the verb suru, meaning to do.
しますします
Now, as we said, we'd cover two particles, and today the two particles are
と
and.
で
Let's take a look at the first particle, to. Now, to is a particle which can be translated as with, or together, or even and. This particle follows nouns and shows an action that is done together with someone else. Let's go back to where this appeared in the conversation. Can you repeat that sentence?
私はファブリツィオとサルサをします
Now, let's take a look at the components of this sentence.
私
I, followed by
は
topic marking particle,
ファブリツィオ
Fabrizio.
と
Here, we have the particle to and to in this context meaning with. So, I, Fabrizio, with, followed by
サルサ
salsa dancing,
を
object marking particle,
します
will do. I, Fabrizio, with salsa dancing will do. I will salsa dance with Fabrizio. So, how do you say with Peter?
ピーターさんと
How do you say with Higashi?
東さんと
Okay, so can we have another example?
私は東さんとカラオケをします
I will karaoke with Higashi.
ファブリツィオさんは冬香さんとダンスをします
Fabrizio will dance with Fuyuka. The next particle we'll take a look at is de. Now, de is a particle which indicates the location of an action, and it is equivalent to in or at in English. So, the place precedes de. Let's go back to the conversation where this appeared. Naomi-sensei, onegaishimasu.
私はうちでビリーズブートキャンプをします
I'm going to do Billy's boot camp at home. Now, let's take a look at the components of the sentence. First, we have
私
I followed by
は
topic marking particle. Then we have
うち
home followed by
で
this is where the action is taking place at the home. So she's exercising to Billy's boot camp at home. Next, we have
ビリーズブートキャンプ
Billy's boot camp followed by
を
object marking particle. And last,
します
will do.
東京でデートをします
I'm going to go on a date in Tokyo.
駅でデートをします
I'm going to go on a date at the station. So this day marks where an action takes place. Let's have one more final example.
ジムでテニスをします
I'll play tennis at the gym. So location, jimu, gym, day, jimu day, at the gym, eki day, at the station. Now, Naomi-sensei, one last thing before we go. Can we use to and day together in one sentence?
はいシュウさんとジムでテニスをします
I'll play tennis at the gym with Shu.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
今日の夜、暇ですか？
ごめんなさい。今日は夜はダメです。東さんと銀座で映画を見ます。
東と銀座で映画を。へえ、 いいですね。あ、冬香さん、今日の夜、暇ですか？
今夜暇じゃないです。ファブリッツィオとサルサをします。
へえ、ファブリッツィオとサルサを。へえ、いいですね。あ、南。
私は忙しいです。うちでビリーズブートキャンプをします。
Practice with the review track.
暇 Free time, not adjective. ダメ Useless, no good. 夜 Evening, night. 銀座 Ginza. 映画 Movie. This evening, tonight. 今夜 Salsa. サルサ Busy. 忙しい Home, house. うち Billy Blank's boot camp. ビリーズブートキャンプ
Lesson 23.
Naomi Sensei, what are we talking about today?
We are working on verbs and particles again.
Now, today we're going to introduce you to a new particle and we're going to review an old particle, one that appeared in the last lesson, but we're going to use it in a different way. You'll find out that some particles can be used in more than one context. Last lesson, Fuyuka told Shu that she was going salsa dancing with Fabrizio.
ファブリッツィオとサルサをします。
Today's story is about that night. So let's find out whether they had fun or not. Fabrizio and Fuyuka are talking, which means
Polite Japanese is used.
as they are colleagues, and they are talking at
Salsa bar, probably in Roppongi.
サルサはとても楽しいですね。もう12時ですね。冬香さんは電車で帰りますか？
タクシーで帰ります。ファブリッツィオは？
私は友達のバーへ行きます。
今から電車で行きますか？
はい、今から地下鉄で行きます。冬香さんも来ますか？
いえ、私は家へ帰ります。
次は英語が入ります。
サルサはとても楽しいですね。もう12時ですね。冬香さんは電車で帰りますか？
Salsa is fun, isn't it? Oh, it's already 12 o'clock. Are you taking a train back home, Fuyuka?
タクシーで帰ります。ファブリッツィオは？
Well, I'm taking a taxi. How about you, Fabrizio?
私は友達のバーへ行きます。
I'm going to my friend's bar.
今から電車で行きますか？
Now? Are you going there by train?
はい、今から地下鉄で行きます。冬香さんも来ますか？
Yes, now. I'm going there by subway. Do you want to come, Fuyuka?
いえ、私は家へ帰ります。
No, I'm going home.
first we have
楽しい
enjoyable,
楽しい楽しい
rising on the second syllable no and falling on the last syllable e.
楽しい
Next,
電車
train,
電車電車
rising on the second syllable and staying high or falling on the second syllable and staying low.
電車 or 電車
Next we have
帰ります
to go back home, to return.
帰ります帰ります
Rising on the second syllable and falling on the last syllable. Next,
バー、
bar,
バー、バー、
falling on the second syllable.
バー、
Next,
行きます、
to go,
行きます、行きます、
rising on the second syllable ki and falling on the last syllable su.
行きます。
Next,
地下鉄、
subway,
地下鉄、地下鉄、
rising on the second syllable ka and staying high.
地下鉄、
Next,
来ます、
to come, in the non-past polite,
来ます、来ます、
rising on the middle syllable and falling on the last.
来ます。
Next,
うち、
home, house.
うち、うち、うち。
So today we're going to have a closer look at the direction particle a, which is used with,
行きます、来ます、and 帰ります。
so verbs where you're going somewhere. Now, a marks the place or goal towards which the action moves. When a is used as the particle, it's pronounced a, although it's written hey, the hiragana syllable hey, and is placed before the verbs. Now, this particle precedes the verbs to go, to come, and to return. Let's go back to where this appeared in the conversation. Naomi-sensei, can you repeat that sentence?
私は家へ帰ります。
I'm going home. What do we have first?
私
I, followed by
は
topic marking particle, followed by
家
home,
へ
to,
帰ります。
return. So, I, home, to, return. I will return home. And of course, this sentence is in the non-past polite. Kaerimasu is the non-past polite version of kaeru, to return. So, Naomi-sensei, how do we say to home?
家へ
How about to the station?
駅へ
How about to the bar?
バーへ
So, topic followed by
は
topic marking particle followed by
place
followed by
へ
direction marking particle and then
行きます。
or
帰ります。
or
来ます。
and this is the basic pattern. Next we have, let's take a look at the particle de. In the last lesson we learned that this can be used to mark the location where an action takes place. Now, today, in this lesson, we're going to introduce another usage. Here, the particle de is used to mark a tool used to accomplish something. And in this conversation, the two speakers are asking each other by what tool, by what means they will return home. And the means or the tools in the sentence are marked with de. Okay, let's take a look at what we had in the conversation.
タクシーで行きます。
By taxi, I'll go. I'll go by taxi.
電車で行きます。
I'll go by train.
地下鉄で行きます。
I'll go by subway. Let's go back to where this appeared in the conversation and just repeat it one more time. We had
タクシーで帰ります。
I'll return by taxi. So here, the speaker is speaking, so the subject is actually inferred. So we just leave out that part, watashi wa. Then we have
タクシ
taxi.
ーで
Here, the means, the taxi is used to accomplish something. So taxi is the means, so we mark it with de, followed by
帰ります。
I'll return by taxi.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
サルサはとても楽しいですね。おう、もう12時ですね。冬香さんは電車で帰りますか？
タクシーで帰ります。ファブリッツィオは？
私は友達のバーへ行きます。
今から電車で行きますか？
はい、今から地下鉄で行きます。冬香さんも来ますか？
いえいえいえ、私は家へ帰ります。
Practice with the review track.
楽しい enjoyable, e adjective. 電車 train. 帰ります to go back, to return. タクシー taxi. 友達 friend. bar bar 行きます to go subway 地下鉄 now the present time 今 from to come 来ます home house うち very adverb とても already もう
Lesson 24.
So let's just review what happened last time, and then we'll take a look at today's lesson.
はい。Fabrizio and Fuyuka went salsa dancing. And Fabrizio said he's going to 友達の bar.
A friend's bar.
はい。And he's at the 六本木 station now.
All right. Seems like he's in for a long night.
そうですね。元気ですね。今日は電車。
Today we're talking about trains.
We are going to introduce some vocabulary and phrases which will come in handy at the train station.
Today's conversation is between a passenger and a station clerk.
そう、お客さんと駅員さん。
So, polite Japanese will be used today. The conversation, as we mentioned, will take place at Roppongi Station.
そう、六本木の駅。
すみません。これは新宿へ行きますか？
行きません。これは回送電車です。
回送電車？回送電車はどこへ行きますか？
回送電車は車庫へ行きます。わかりますか？
はいはい、わかります。じゃあ次の電車は何時に来ますか
？12時25分に来ます。終電です。
次は英語が入ります。
すみません。これは新宿へ行きますか？
Excuse me, does this go to Shinjuku?
行きません。これは回送電車です。
No, it doesn't. It's out of service.
回送電車？回送電車はどこへ行きますか？
Out of service? Where does this out of service train go?
回送電車は車庫へ行きます。わかりますか？
What? Out of service trains go to a train depot. Can you understand me?
はいはい、わかります。じゃあ次の電車は何時に来ますか？
Yes, yes, I know what you mean. What time does the next train come then?
12時25分に来ます。終電です。
It comes at 12:25. That's the last train.
駅員。
Station attendant.
駅員。駅員。
Rising on the second syllable ki, falling on the third syllable e.
駅員。
There's also a second pronunciation, rising on the second syllable and staying high.
駅員。
Next,
新宿。
Shinjuku, shopping business district in Tokyo.
新宿。新宿。
Rising on the second tone and staying high.
新宿。
Next,
終電。
last train.
終電。終電。
Rising on the second syllable u and staying high.
終電。
Next,
来ます。
to come in the non-past polite.
来ます。来ます。
Rising on the second syllable ma, falling on the last syllable su.
来ます。来ます。というふうに、を強く言わない方がいいと思います。
So don't hit the u in the last syllable of su. Next.
わかります。
To understand, non-past polite.
わかります。わかります。
Rising on the second syllable ka, falling on the last syllable su.
わかります。
Next.
車庫、
Garage, train depot, car shed.
車庫、車庫、
Starts high, falls.
車庫。
Next.
どこ、
Where?
どこ、どこ、
Starts high, falls.
どこ。
Next.
回送電車、
Out of service train. Train returning back to the train depot.
かいそう電車、回送電車、
Rising on the second syllable e, falling on the second to last syllable n.
回送電車。
Next.
行きます。
To go. Non-past polite.
行きます。行きます。
Now, I just want to point out the final su. We had several verbs in there. We had kimas, wakarimasu, ikimasu.
はい。
Now, as you mentioned in there, in the final su isn't enunciated.
No, yeah.
Very slightly.
すじゃなくて、す。
Yeah. This is also holds true for the non-past polite of the copula, des. So you don't enunciate the u in the final su.
そうです。
Des.
です。
Not desu, des. Ikimasu.
not 行きます。行きます。
Naomi Sensei, what's today's target sentence?
この電車は新宿へ行きますか？
Does this train go to Shinjuku? Will this train go to Shinjuku? Let's take a look at the components that make up this sentence. First, we have
この
this
電車
train,
は
topic marking particle. So we're talking about this train. So we can understand that this conversation is taking place on a platform somewhere. And the train may or may not be present. Even if the train is not there, you can say この電車, referring that the train that passes along this line is this train.
If you're on a platform, you can use this expression.
Okay? Or maybe if you're pointing to a map.
あ、そうですね。
But we want to kind of establish that the line is a connection of the train. Then we have, so this is the topic of the sentence. Then we have
新宿
a name of a district in Tokyo.
へ
Direction marking particle.
行きます。
Non-past polite form of the verb,
to go.
which of course, which in its dictionary form is iku. So if you look this up in the dictionary, you'll find iku. But here, and what you'll find in the textbook is, of course, ikimasu. Finally, we have
か
question marking particle. So ka makes this into a question. So, for example, Naomi Sensei, if we didn't have the ka, if we just ended this sentence after ikimasu, what would the sentence mean?
This train goes to 新宿。この電車は新宿へ行きます。
So this train goes to Shinjuku. So in theory, that statement can be an answer to この電車は新宿へ行きますか? To this question,
はい。この電車は新宿へ行きます。
can be the answer.
はい。
So that statement can be the answer to the question, does this train go to Shinjuku? So just by dropping that particle, we get a statement.
The question word where is どこ in Japanese. So when you put どこ instead of 新宿 and say この電車はどこへ行きますか? would be
Where does this train go? Where will this train go?
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
すみません。これは新宿へ行きますか？
行きません。これは回送電車です。
回送電車？回送電車はどこへ行きますか？
回送電車は車庫へ行きます。わかりますか？
はいはい、わかります。じゃあ次の電車は何時に来ますか
12時25分に来ます。終電です。
practice with the review track.
駅 train station 駅員 station attendant すみません excuse me 新宿 Shinjuku 終電 last train 来ます to come to understand, to know わかります next 次 garage, car shed 車庫 where どこ electric train 電車 out of service train 回送電車 to go 行きます
Lesson 25.
今日は Review Lesson.
So we're going to review some grammar that we covered in lessons 21 through 24.
And we are going to review the interrogative words such as 何、誰、どこ、何時.
Last lesson, Fabrizio was at Roppongi Station and he caught the last train headed to his friend's bar.
ファブリッツィオさんは友達のバーへ終電で行きます。
Now, in today's conversation, there are three people in the dialogue who are
東さん、南さん and ファブリッツィオ。
Now, they're colleagues, so they're talking in polite Japanese. The conversation takes place at
ファブリッツィオのベッドルーム。
スタイル U の東です。大丈夫ですか？また電話します。
はい。
あ、もしもし。ファブリツィオ？
は？
スタイル U の南夏美です。
え？
今日、何時に会社に来ますか？
今、何時ですか？
もう午後1時です。
え？本当ですか？ああ、今日、会社を休みます。風邪です。えほ、えほ、ブハ、ブハ。
ダメです。今日2時にお客さんとミーティングをします。
すみません。もう一度お願いします。いつ、誰と、どこで、何をしますか？
今度は英語が入ります。
スタイル U の東です。大丈夫ですか？また電話します。
It's Higashi from Style U calling. Are you alright? I'll call again.
はい。
Hello?
あ、もしもし。ファブリツィオ？スタイル U の南夏美です。今日、何時に会社に来ますか？
Oh, hi Fabrizio. It's Natsumi Minami from Style U. What time will you be at work today?
はい。今、何時ですか？
What? What time is it now?
もう午後1時です。
It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
本当ですか？ああ、今日、会社を休みます。風邪です。えほ、えほ、ブハ、ブハ。
What? Really? Oh, I'm taking a day off today. I have a cold.
ダメです。今日2時にお客さんとミーティングをします。
No. Today we're having our meeting with a client at 2.
すみません。もう一度お願いします。いつ、誰と、どこで、何をしますか?
Oh, what? Say that again. What are we doing?
一度、
One time.
一度、一度、
Rising on the second syllable, chi.
一度、
Next.
休みます。
To rest. To be absent. To take a day off.
休みます。休みます。
Rising on the second syllable, su. And falling on the last syllable, su.
休みます。
Next.
午後、
Afternoon, PM.
午後、午後、
Starts high, ends low.
午後、
Next.
も
Already. Soon. Again. More.
う、もう、も
Next we have
う、もしもし、
hello on the phone.
もしもし、もしもし、
Starts high, drops on the second syllable, she stays low.
もしもし、
Next we have
大丈夫、
all right, okay.
大丈夫、大丈夫、
Rises on the second syllable, e, falls on the second to last syllable, u.
大丈夫、
Next,
また、
again.
また、また。
Today we're going to be looking at interrogative words and the particles that accompany them.
大変。
いや、大丈夫でしょ? じゃあ、行きましょう. So, first, let's take a look at one of the sentences from our conversation. We have
私は2時にお客さんと会社でミーティングをします。
lots of particles and things in there. Let's take a look at the components. First, we have
私
I,
は
marked by the topic marking particle. Now, the topic of the sentence is I, the speaker. Next, we have
2時
2 o'clock.
に
With time, we're going to use the particle ni. Nani nani ji, ni. It's kind of similar to the English preposition at. Okay, but ni has a much wider range, so we're not going to kind of put it in that box. But when you're talking about time, you're going to use ni. Then we have
お客さん
customer
と
with
会社
company
で
at. Let's stop here. We have these two particles. To can be used to mean and or with. But in the context, remember, the topic here is the speaker, I. So I, お客さんと I, customer with. Then we have
会社で
company at. The company is marked by day, meaning that's where the meeting is going to take place. So literally up to this point we have I, 2 o'clock at, customer with, company at,
ミーティング
meeting,
を
marking the object of what will be done, finally followed by
します。
do. So literally, I, 2 o'clock at, customer with, company at, meeting will do. Okay, of course, I'll have a meeting with my client at 2 at the office.
Of course, when the subject is already clear, you can drop 私は part.
Excellent example. Time uses the ni particle. When we're meeting with somebody, the to particle, the day particle, where that action will take place. Let's take another one. Another really great example is the last sentence, which may have sounded confusing when you heard it, but is really an excellent example of particle usage.
いつ、誰と、どこで、何をしますか?
When are we doing what and with who and where?
Sounds like he's lost. Completely.
Now, it sounds like this sentence would be really, really hard to pick apart. But let's find the particle and see what precedes it going left to right. For example, what precedes to?
誰
So right there, dare is who, to is with. So who with? How about de? What precedes de?
どこ
Where? And of course, doko de means that someplace would be an action, so where at? So if we go back to where we first started, we have who with,
誰と、
where at,
どこで、
and then we have what.
何
And of course, what will we do?
しますか?
So if we just go back, we have with who,
誰と、
at where,
どこで、
do what.
何をしますか?
And then finally, we throw in the last interrogative,
When,
when, which actually comes first.
いつ、
And itsu doesn't take a particle. So now we have, going front to back, when,
いつ、
who with,
誰と
Where at?
どこで
What do?
何をしますか
So when we translate it, when will I do what and with where and with who?
私はいつ、誰と、どこで何をしますか
So the subject isn't put in, but as Naomi Sensei just said, watashi wa. So the speaker is the subject here, or as in the sentence, the topic of the sentence.
Could be 私たちは which is we, but yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, it could also be we.
私たち is we.
So for argument's sake, we'll just say we.
私たちはいつ、誰と、どこで何をしますか
So he's in a fog and definitely not a cold.
I think he just woke up.
Oh, yes. And he's not very aware of what's going on around him.
Listen to the entire conversation once again.
スタイル U の東です。大丈夫ですか？また電話します。
はい。
あ、もしもし。ファブリツよ。
は？
スタイル U の南夏美です。
え？
今日、何時に会社に来ますか？
今、何時ですか？
もう午後1時です。
本当ですか？ああ、今日、会社を休みます。風邪です。ブハ、ブハ。
ダメです。今日2時にお客さんとミーティングをします。
すみません。もう一度お願いします。いつ、誰と、どこで、何をしますか？
Practice with the review track.
一度 once, one time お願いします please 風 cold 休みます to rest, to be absent, to take a day off 午後 afternoon, PM もう already, soon, again, more 今 now to come 来ます company, corporation 会社 Hello もしもし telephone 電話 All right, okay 大丈夫 No good, not adjective ダメ Again また
This track contains all the dialogues you've listened to in the individual lessons. Use this track to immerse yourself in real-life situations while practicing the language. Lesson 1.
ようこそ、スタイル U です。よろしくお願いします。私は、スタイル U の社長、南夏美です。大学院生です。
シュウです。ヘアスタイリストです。どうぞよろしく。
こんにちは。私は北川冬香です。私はカウンセラーです。よろしくお願いします。
東春人です。学生です。
ファブリッツィオです。ファッションコーディネーターです。イタリア人です。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
Lesson 2.
おはようございます。私はキム・ミヨンです。インターンです。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
おはようございます。キム、
ミヨンです。
ミヨンさんですか。
はい、ミヨンです。
東春人です。東です。ミヨンさんはアメリカ人ですか？
はい、そうです。
Lesson 3.
乾杯。すみません。これは肉ですか？
いいえ、肉ではありません。魚です。サーモンです。
そうですか。これは肉ですか？
はい、そうです。鶏肉です。
これは肉ですか？
いえいえ、肉じゃないです。野菜と豆です。ファブリーツィオさんはベジタリアンですか？
Lesson 4.
シュウさん、おはようございます。
風邪ですか？トウカさん。
多分。
それは何ですか？
これ？これは薬です。
それも薬ですか？
これはタバコです。
タバコはダメです、トウカさん。
Lesson 5.
すみません。東さん、コンピューターのパスワードは何ですか？
コンピューターのパスワード？会社の電話番号です。コンピューターのパスワードは会社の電話番号です。
会社の電話番号は何ですか？
03-345-6788 です。
03-345-6788。
Lesson 6.
いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。
すみません。これはいくらですか
？100円です。
じゃあ、これはいくらですか？
お客さん、ここは100円ショップです。これも100円、それも100円、あれも100円です。
ああ、そうですか。すみません。じゃあ、これとこれください。
Lesson 7.
いらっしゃいませ。
すみません。あの傘はいくらですか
33,000円でございます。
この傘はいくらですか
28,000円でございます。
じゃあ、これをください。
ありがとうございます。税込み29,400円でございます。
Lesson 8.
次は東京。
すみません。忘れ物です。傘。
いいえ、違います。私の傘じゃないです。
じゃあ、誰の傘ですか？
私のです。私の傘です。すみません。ありがとうございます。
Lesson 9.
それはファブリツィオさんの傘ですか？
はい、イタリアの傘です。イタリアのデザイナーの傘です。
へえ、すごい。
それはどこの傘ですか？
え？私の傘？ 100 円ショップの傘です。
Lesson 10.
傘です。どうぞ。
ありがとうございます。じゃあまた。
ありがとうございました。
ない。私の傘。バニーズニューヨークの傘。ない。
あれはファブリッツィオの傘ですか？ごめん。いくらですか
28,000円。
28,000円？
Lesson 11.
おはようございます。
おはようございます。冬香さん、今日は暑いですね。
そうですね。でもここはとても涼しいですね。クシュン。
寒いですか？
寒くないです。ちょうどいいです。
Lesson 12.
静かですね。
そうですね。
ここはいつも静かですか？
静かじゃないです。今日は特別です。冬香さんの髪はまっすぐですね。とても綺麗です。
そうですか。髪だけですか。
いや、もちろん冬香さんも綺麗です。
どうも。
Lesson 13.
ない。私の財布。ない。
どんな財布ですか？
高い財布です。イタリアのデザイナーの財布です。とても素敵な財布です。
あれですか？
ああ、そうです。私の財布です。嬉しい。ありがとう、春人。
どういたしまして。とてもかっこいい財布ですね。
ない。私の傘、ない。
夏美さんの傘はどんな傘ですか？
Lesson 14.
すみません。東さん、忙しいですか？ Mac のコンピュータは難しいです。
ああ、これは。はい、どうぞ。
わあ、ありがとうございます。東さんはすごいですね。
いえいえ、全然すごくないです。Mac は簡単ですよ。
Mac？ そう。Mac は便利ですね。それからとても安いです。
安い？ Mac は安いですか？
はい。とても安いです。ハンバーガー100円です。でもあまりヘルシーじゃないです。
ん？
Lesson 15.
はい、どうぞ。お茶です。
どうも。ああ、美味しい。ファブリッツィオさん、スタイル U の社長はどんな人ですか？
とても元気な人です。オフィスはいつも賑やかです。
若いですか？
はい、とても若いです。かわいい人ですよ。
ああ、女の人ですか。ファブリッツィオさんのタイプですか？
いえ、全然。
Lesson 16.
横浜ホテルまで。
はい。
すみません。今何時ですか
6時です。
？6時ですか。どうも。
うわー、お客さん、渋滞ですよ。
渋滞ですか。すみません。今何時ですか
6時半です。
Lesson 17.
6時半？ わ
仕事ですか？
いえ、友達のパーティーです。
ああ、パーティーですか。パーティーは何時からですか
6時半からです。
何時までですか？
8時半までです。
Lesson 18.
運転手さん、ここから横浜ホテルまで何分ですか？
さ
あれは駅ですか？
あ、ああ、そうです。横浜駅です。5分ぐらいです。
ここから駅まで5分。駅からホテルまで10分。運転手さん、ここでいいです。いくらですか
？Lesson 19.
じゃあ、ありがとうございました。
あれ？夏美さん。夏美さん。夏美さん。
ああ、東くん。ファブリツィオのパーティー。
え？ファブリツィオのパーティー？ファブリツィオのパーティーは明日ですよ。
嘘！今日は何曜日ですか？
今日は土曜日です。パーティーは明日です。日曜日です。
今日は土曜日ですか？嘘ー。本当
？Lesson 20.
Happy birthday, dear Fabrizio. Happy birthday to you.
誕生日おめでとう、ファブリッツィオ。
皆さん、ありがとうございます。
東さんの誕生日は何月ですか？
私の誕生日は7月です。
何日ですか
？7日です。
私の誕生日も7月7日です。ちょっと嬉しいです。
Lesson 21.
シュウさん、おはようございます。おはようございます。
ああ、おはよう、みおんちゃん。
iPod ですか？
はい、みおんちゃんは音楽を聴きますか？
はい、R&B を聞きます。
R&B を聴きますか？本当ですか？今日の夜、暇ですか？
Lesson 22.
今日の夜、暇ですか？
ごめんなさい。今日は夜はダメです。東さんと銀座で映画を見ます。
東と銀座で映画を。いいですね。あ、冬香さん、今日の夜暇ですか？
今夜？暇じゃないです。ファブリッツィオとサルサをします。
ファブリッツィオとサルサを。いいですね。あ、みなみ。
私は忙しいです。うちでビリーズブートキャンプをします。
Lesson 23.
サルサはとても楽しいですね。もう12時ですね。冬香さんは電車で帰りますか？
タクシーで帰ります。ファブリッツィオは？
私は友達のバーへ行きます。
今から？電車で行きますか？
はい、今から地下鉄で行きます。冬香さんも来ますか？
いえ、私は家へ帰ります。
Lesson 24.
すみません。これは新宿へ行きますか？
行きません。これは回送電車です。
回送電車？回送電車はどこへ行きますか？
回送電車は車庫へ行きます。わかりますか？
はいはい、わかります。じゃあ次の電車は何時に来ますか
？12時25分に来ます。終電です。
Lesson 25.
スタイル U の東です。大丈夫ですか？また電話します。
はい。
あ、もしもし。ファブリツよ。
は？
スタイル U の南夏美です。
今
日、何時に会社に来ますか？
今、何時ですか？
もう午後1時です。
本当ですか？今日、会社を休みます。風邪です。ブハブハ。
ダメです。今日2時にお客さんとミーティングをします。
すみません。もう一度お願いします。いつ、誰と、どこで、何をしますか
？This track contains all the reviews you've listened to in the individual lessons. We'll say a word or phrase, wait for you to pronounce it, and then give you the English equivalent. Use this track to practice pronunciation and reinforce what you have learned. Lesson 1.
ようこそ。
Welcome.
どうぞよろしくお願いします。
It's a pleasure to meet you.
私、
I, me.
は、
Topic marking particle.
大学院生、
Graduate student.
ヘアスタイリスト、
Hairdresser.
こんにちは。
Hello. Counselor.
カウンセラー、
Let's see. Student.
学生、
Italian.
イタリア人、
Fashion coordinator. Stylist.
ファッションコーディネーター、
Company president.
社長。
Lesson 2.
おはようございます。
Good morning.
インターン、
Intern.
3、
Mr. Ms.
アメリカ人、
American.
はい、
Yes, that's right. Mr. Ms.
3.
Good morning.
おはようございます。
Yes, that's right.
はい。
Intern.
インターン。
American.
アメリカ人。
Lesson 3.
ベジタリアン。
Vegetarian.
ウェイトレス。
Waitress.
肉。
Meat.
魚。
Fish.
サーモン。
Salmon. Bird, fowl.
鳥。
Chicken meat.
鶏肉。
Vegetable.
野菜。
Beans, peas.
豆。
And.
と。
Toast, cheers.
乾杯。
Lesson 4.
風。
Cold.
何。
What?
薬。
Medicine.
タバコ。
Tobacco, cigarettes.
も。
Also, too. No good, useless.
ダメ。
This.
これ。
That one you have.
それ。
Perhaps, probably.
多分。
Achoo!
ハクション。
Lesson 5.
コンピューター。
Computer.
パスワード。
Password.
会社。
Company, corporation.
電話。
Telephone.
番号。
Number, series of digits.
何。
What? Telephone.
電話。
What?
何。
Password.
パスワード。
Number, series of digits.
番号。
Computer.
コンピューター、
company, corporation.
会社、
Lesson 6.
いくら、
How much?
お客さん、
Guest, customer.
ここ、
Here, this place.
円、
Yen.
ショップ、
Shop, store. Please.
ください、
Shop assistant, clerk, salesperson.
店員、
Guest, customer.
お客さん、
Yen.
円、
How much?
いくら、
Lesson 7.
店員、
Shop assistant, employee, clerk.
いらっしゃいませ。
Welcome, may I help you?
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
傘、
Umbrella.
税込み、
Tax included. Please.
ください、
Yen.
円、
Welcome, may I help you?
いらっしゃいませ。
Umbrella.
傘、
Shop assistant, employee, clerk.
店員、
Lesson 8.
アナウンス、
Announcement.
次、
Next.
東京、
Tokyo.
男、
Man.
女、
Woman.
忘れ物、
Something forgotten, lost article. I, me.
私、
My, mine.
私の、
Who.
誰、
Whose.
誰の、
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Umbrella.
傘、
Lesson 9.
雨、
Rain.
イタリア、
Italy.
デザイナー、
Designer.
へえ。
Oh, yes? Really?
すごい。
Great. Wonderful. Amazing. Where? What place?
どこ？
From where?
どこの？
Oh, yes? Really?
へえ。
Rain.
雨。
Great. Wonderful. Amazing.
すごい。
Lesson 10.
どうぞ。
Please. By all means.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
また。
Again.
バーニーズ、ニューヨーク。
Barney's, New York.
ごめん。
Your pardon. I'm sorry. How much?
いくら？
Guest, visitor, customer.
お客さん。
Again.
また。
Your pardon. I'm sorry.
ごめん。
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Lesson 11.
今日。
Today, this day.
暑い。
Hot.
でも。
But, however.
とても。
Very, extremely.
涼しい。
Cool. Cold.
寒い。
Just, right.
ちょうど。
Good, nice, pleasant, fine.
いい。
Warm.
暖かい。
Today, this day.
今日。
Lesson 12.
静か。
Quiet, peaceful.
いつも。
Always, usually.
特別。
Special.
髪。
Hair.
まっすぐ。
Straight. Beautiful, na adjective.
きれい。
Only.
だけ、
Of course, certainly, naturally.
もちろん、
Special.
特別、
Straight.
まっすぐ、
Lesson 13.
どんな、
What kind of?
高い、
High, tall, expensive. E adjective.
財布、
Wallet.
素敵、
Lovely, fantastic, cool. Not adjective.
かっこいい、
Attractive, good looking, stylish. E adjective. Happy, glad, pleasant. E adjective.
嬉しい、
You are welcome. Don't mention it.
どういたしまして、
Wallet.
財布、
What kind of?
どんな、
Lovely, fantastic, cool. Not adjective.
素敵、
Lesson 14.
忙しい、
Busy. E adjective.
難しい、
Difficult. E adjective.
すごい、
Amazing. Great. E adjective.
簡単、
Simple. Easy. Not adjective.
便利、
Convenient. Handy. Useful. Not adjective.
それから、
And then. Cheap. Inexpensive. E adjective.
安い、
Healthy. Not adjective.
ヘルシー、
Here you are. Here you go.
どうぞ、
Not very.
あまり、
Very. Adverb.
とても、
Not at all.
全然、
But, however.
でも、
Lesson 15.
社長、
Company president.
元気、
Vigor, vitality, vim. Not adjective.
いつも、
Always, usually.
にぎやか、
Bustling, busy, lively. Not adjective.
若い、
Young. E adjective.
かわいい。
Pretty, cute, lovely, charming. E adjective. Woman.
女の人。
Man, person, people.
人。
Type.
タイプ。
Green tea, tea.
お茶。
Delicious, tasty. E adjective.
おいしい。
Not at all.
全然。
Lesson 16.
運転手。
Driver.
お客さん。
Customer.
渋滞。
Traffic jam.
何時？
What time?
今。
Now. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
すみません。
Taxi cab.
タクシー。
Yokohama.
横浜。
Half.
半。
Hotel.
ホテル。
Lesson 17.
仕事。
Work.
パーティー。
Party.
から。
From.
友達。
Friend.
8時半。
8:30. Half past 8. $6:30. Half past 6.
6時半。
From.
から。
Work.
仕事。
8:30. Half past 8.
8時半。
From.
から。
Lesson 18.
ホテル。
Hotel.
何分？
How many minutes?
さあ。
Well, I don't know.
駅。
Station.
10分。
10 minutes. Five minutes.
5分。
Approximately. About. Almost.
くらい。
How many minutes?
何分？
station,
駅、
hotel,
ホテル、
Lesson 19.
明日、
tomorrow,
嘘、
lie, incorrect fact,
本当、
truth, reality,
今日、
today, this day,
月曜日、
Monday,
火曜日、
Tuesday, Wednesday,
水曜日、
Thursday,
木曜日、
Friday,
金曜日、
Saturday,
土曜日、
Sunday,
日曜日、
what day,
何曜日、
Lesson 20.
誕生日、
birthday,
おめでとうございます。
congratulations,
皆さん、何月、
what month,
7月、
July, what day, how many days,
何日、
the 7th,
7日、
bit, a little,
ちょっと、
happy, glad, e adjective,
嬉しい、
I, me,
私、
Lesson 21.
R&B、
R&B,
音楽、
music,
聞きます、
to listen,
本当、
truth. Today,
今日、
evening, night,
夜、
free time, not adjective,
暇、
iPod,
iPod、
Lesson 22.
暇、
free time, not adjective,
ダメ、
useless, no good,
夜、
evening, night,
銀座、
ginza,
映画、
movie. This evening, tonight.
今夜、
salsa,
サルサ、
busy,
忙しい、
home, house,
うち、
Billy Blank's boot camp.
ビリーズブートキャンプ。
Lesson 23.
楽しい、
Enjoyable, E adjective.
電車、
Train.
帰ります、
To go back, to return.
タクシー、
Taxi.
友達、
Friend.
バー、
Bar.
行きます、
To go. Subway.
地下鉄、
Now, the present time.
今、
From. To come.
来ます、
Home, house.
うち、
Very, adverb.
とても、
Already.
もう、
Lesson 24.
駅、
Train station.
駅員、
Station attendant.
すみません、
Excuse me.
新宿、
Shinjuku.
終電、
Last train.
来ます、
To come. To understand, to know.
わかります、
Next.
次、
Garage, car shed.
車庫、
Where?
どこ、
Electric train.
電車、
Out of service train.
回送電車、
To go.
行きます、
Lesson 25.
一度、
Once, one time.
お願いします、
Please.
風、
Cold.
休みます、
To rest, to be absent, to take a day off.
午後、
afternoon, p.m.
もう
already, soon, again, more.
今
Now. To come.
来ます
Company, corporation.
会社
Hello.
もしもし
Telephone.
電話
All right. Okay.
大丈夫
No good. Not adjective.
ダメ
Again.
また